AskGunQuestions.com is a website that we built back in 2007, and since then, for the last 15 years, people have been able to ask questions of simple to advanced nature, and we attempt to answer them in different ways over the years. Join us now as we start a new series to answer gun questions. Hey, look, everybody. It's been a little while since we've had a show. It's weird. It says we've been live for 5 minutes. There's no way that intro lasted 5 minutes, but whatever. So thanks, everybody, for joining us. Tony's joining us from New Jersey. Thanks for jumping in.
Hey, thanks for having me, man.
So, yeah, we were just saying, it's been like almost a month since we've had a show. So, let's see. So we did talk since you got back from Train and Learn.
Yep.
But then I think the next week was something. And then, wait, I think I went camping. Oh, I know. I went camping and you went to the full auto shoot, right? And then the next week was, I don't remember what the next week was. And then the next
Gun
week,
Con.
I thought last week was Gun Con.
Oh, I don't know, man. I really don't.
Yeah, so we got a lot to talk about. So how you been doing? That's a lot of traveling. We were just kind of talking, how your real life is handling with with all the traveling. So let me ask you the real question. Is it worth it? Like, obviously you've put a lot of effort, time, and money into all this. Has it been worth it this year? Is it a good year?
Yes, it's been worth it. It's been worth it if anybody's been watching my social media or seeing anything or watching Vivek Ramaswamy. What's his name? Vivek Ramaswamy? I cannot say his name.
Is all I know. Yeah. Right. I think his first name is Vivek.
The guy who's running for governor of Ohio, and he ran for the Republican president. He was a Republican presidential candidate that was pretty successful. He actually mentioned me.
Was he the guy that was like the entrepreneur, like the business guy, and he wanted to do like $1,000 pay or something?
I knew he was a business. Yeah, he was a business guy. Really rich dude. Indian ancestry. I don't know his whole story.
Universal income. Was that him or was that somebody else?
Don't know.
Okay.
Don't know because didn't vote for him. But he was the main speaker or headliner, I guess, at GunCon because he's running for governor in Ohio, and GunCon was held in Niles, Ohio this year. And I was in the green room just hanging out with Jeff King from, what's the name of the company? XS Sites. Jeff and I are cool, so we're just talking. Had no reason to be in the green room other than I was checking out the studio, but it was busy. They set up a studio for podcasters, and you had half-hour blocks. So I just came in to check it out, even though I didn't sign up this year. I'm chilling. All of a sudden, Jeff pops to his feet, and I get up, and I'm like, "What the hell? Are we gonna fight? What's going on?" And Vivek walked in with his media team, and they were going into the meeting room behind us, where they had, Adam Kraut and like all the heads of all the Second Amendment organizations and the gun tubers and stuff like that were in that room. And he stopped and, introduced himself to us and asked us who we are and what we did. So I gave him my, 10-second, "Hi, my name is Tony Simon, Diversity Shoot. I host events in New Jersey to introduce people to firearms, regardless of their race, gender, background, that whole thing. I've been doing it for over a decade." And he was like, "Whoa, double click on that." And so I gave him the, 30-second elevator speech because, I figured he's busy and not really interested. No, he was like, "No, explain it some more." So, I did a concise 1 minute. He was like, "That's very interesting. I like what you're doing. Where can we find you? What's your name?" And I did that. And then he walked into the room with, the important people. So I think all of us, I spent maybe 5 minutes with him. He came out on stage, and 2 minutes in, he'd mentioned my name. And before his entire Q&A was over, he'd mentioned me and the Diversity Shoot 8 times. So when he walked in the room after the initial meeting, I just sat down with Jeff and I was like, "Did that just happen?" And Jeff was like, "Yeah, it did." And that's when I thought about that question you asked me when it opened up. Was it worth it? And I'm thinking about 11 years of work multiple freaking trips, being really tired, spending money out of my own pocket because diversity shoot money couldn't cover it, and all of that. And I'm like, dude, I need to make something happen with this. So we've had people uh, hit me up with friend requests. We've had people reach out and ask me on shows and things like that. So I'm working right now to get the whole schedule up for the year, post everything up on Eventbrite, and just start a campaign to actually use this as momentum to launch everything pretty much, hopefully by July 4th. I can launch everything, for the 250th and get back on track with Diversity Shoot, diversityshoot.com, and the 2A4E podcast.
Yeah, very cool. Have you gotten any kind of anything happen after?
Amanda Suffolk met me right afterwards because they took lunch right afterwards. And she was like, congratulations on getting the shout out. You and I were the only ones that got one. And I was like, yeah, I was like, it still doesn't feel real. She said, expect more. More things may be coming. So that's what may be coming. I don't know what that meant. But hey,
Yeah, that's cool.
this has all happened because of work others did. You know what I mean? If this was just me, it probably would have ended about the fourth event back in 2015. By the end of that year, I would have been burned out. So this is other people, other ranges, other podcasters, YouTubers. Like all these people have helped promote the work we've done, and I'm really proud of them. And again, it could turn out to be, hey, that was a mention, and you'll never hear from it again. But I'm trying to, what is it? Something with the hay when the sun is up. I don't know what old school saying, but you know what I mean.
Right. Ever make I don't know what it is. I was gonna say make hay when the sun is shining, but I think it's probably something about collect the hay or something, right? But whatever.
Yes, whatever. We all know what it means.
Yeah, but the thing is, like that gives you some momentum, but it also means that, well, I think there's definitely what's the word, like a different audience is going to see that potentially because that's just a guy running for office, not just I shouldn't say just a guy. That's a guy running for office, not just a gun story anymore. So now it could be any kind of public interest or whatever. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
No, that was I forget how GunCon works. So it's Friday. There's like a range day. There's a setup day. There's a range day. Then there's the day that it's open, and then it's over, right? So it's like there was a setup day, then a range day, and I think the range day is just for media, and then it opens up, and then so what day was this? If I'm right, if it was 3 days, which day is this? Is this like that first day, or is this the Saturday?
This was a Saturday.
Okay.
Range day is Friday. VIPs, people that paid for tickets got in on the second half of range day. The first half of range day is definitely for gun tubers.
Okay.
To be able to shoot content and actually interview vendors. And then the regular people come in that paid VIP ticket prices for the range day, which is really cool.
Do you know if
Then
he was
opened
there
that up.
for that day also, or is he just there for Saturday?
I think he was there to do the speech on Saturday because, he's running for governor of an entire state. And I doubt if he'd spend 2 days at one event.
Yeah, exactly. Unless he's like super interested in hanging out. But yeah, I was just curious. So then, so it was Saturday. Was it like, I'm here, I'm speaking, and then I'm out? Or did he hang around?
I think he hung around for a little bit. He's like made his way out of the hall, but he didn't like try to take off and, cleared the way and booked, which is good because that shows that he was actually there to actually speak to the people. So that was cool. I didn't get to speak to him afterwards, but that was fine. The first impression was what counts. I got to make it. He mentioned us. I can use that clip now. And I've told people, it's not like I said, understand how tired I was. We had the diversity shoot Thursday. So I was up all day Thursday doing stuff, and then we went to the shoot. We hosted the shoot. I jumped in the car at like 9 o'clock at night, drove to Angelo's house, swapped cars, and then we drove for 7 hours from like 9:30 at night for 7 hours to get to Niles, Ohio, and checked into the room and got maybe 2 to 3 hours of sleep, and then we were up and went to the range. Went to the range and was at the range all day, and then after the range was over, we went to the ball game that night because they actually got us a section in the picnic seats at the ball game, and then I got some sleep before we did it again the next morning. So that was the Saturday. So it's not like I was firing on all cylinders, but I think it was a good thing that I was a little tired and was just taking it easy, not running around doing interviews, but like chilling in the green room.
Oh, okay. So it worked out that it wasn't like, hey, here's the guy running for office and here's the guy running this. You guys need to meet. This was like chance type of thing. Like you're standing there, he walked in.
Yep, I was standing there and he walked in. And again, I wasn't trying to,
Create the situation or whatever, yeah.
At whatsoever. But when it came, because of the years I've put in and the years I've done the elevator speech, I was able to get word out without rambling, exactly what I did. And then I allowed him to decide whether or not he wanted to continue talking about it, and he did. And I thought that was cool because all he had to do, oh, that sounds great, and then walk off. And that's what I fully expected, and he didn't do that.
So would you consider that stuff that skills acquired from like Ambassador Academy or somewhere else? Because that sounds like Ambassador Academy type of stuff from my perspective. I've never been there.
Well, I'd already developed it. Ambassador Academy reinforced that I was doing the right thing. But, by the time I got to Ambassador Academy, I already had like 9 years of doing this.
Yeah, it's not like you were brand new. But it just seems like that's the kind of skill set that they get you ready for. It's like, because
100%.
You never know when that's coming. I think I've probably had opportunities like that. I've never done anything like you got going. So, I never had like something to impress somebody with. But I'm sure that I've failed to impress people trying to explain what I do or have done. You know what I mean? Like like a SHOT Show or something, you meet somebody and they're like, oh, who are you? Or like somebody's like, oh, this is my friend so-and-so. And you're like, oh, wow, I really like to meet you. And then, yeah, so that's interesting. So would you say that it sounds like you were satisfied? You accomplished what could be accomplished in that kind of setting where you're like called to act, basically perform.
100%, and that is something that they have at Ambassador Academy, and they actually have a clinic for that. They actually have a clinic for that, and that particular, when I was there, it was put on by someone who'd worked in DC and worked in the media, and also was Kelly Pigeon. She was there, Kellyanne Pigeon from her organizations, but she's also with Women for Gun Rights, and Amanda Suffolcool. Like there was 3 different clinics on teaching you how to actually publicly speak or speak in those situations and get your word out. So if anybody's thinking about going, that's one of the things that's 100% worthwhile. And even if you don't go, work on your elevator speech, whatever it is you do, to get out what you do, if you want people to be interested. Then it's up to them after that. But yeah, you throw it out there.
Obviously, that was the highlight. But what was the rest? How was the rest of the event?
Oh, the rest of the event was really nice. I got to meet and talk to more people from different companies. So we're working right now on getting an ammo sponsor. Hopefully they come through, even though a lot of things have gone sideways with ammo cost. Hopefully they will still support the work we do. I also talked to some of the, some of the manufacturers to get giveaways going. What I want to do is set it up so we can pretty much do fundraising giveaways once a quarter. So we have something cool to give away. and just march it from one quarter to the next quarter. So I was putting together a list of companies and names. And I'm like, look, you don't have to give us an entire firearm, but you can give us accessories. You can give us stuff to put together. You can give us gift certificates that we can break down to first, second prizes, or even third prizes. Oh, also something that happened there that was amazing was Wayward Son Customs. John over there put together an EDC giveaway that he ran with and collected the money for and put together to give away at GunCon. So that was pretty cool. The money he raised for that is going to be donated to us. I don't know how much it is, but it was pretty cool because Daria Arms actually volunteered and gave him two firearms, or excuse me, one firearm. And he had that gun custom finished by a company and custom slide work done on it and an optic put on it, along with a holster from I think
91.
Yeah, there you go, 1791. Made a holster for it,
They're both
and
in
you had
Iowa, right?
I
Wayward
think so.
Sons in 1791. I think so.
Yeah, yeah. So he put that together for the giveaway. We didn't get word out really efficiently, but next time we will. But he put that out. A lot of people joined, and then at the event, people were still able to purchase tickets. Well, the winner. Now you have to understand, more than likely, just going by the demographic of firearms owners, YouTubers, and things like that, the audience of YouTube, they were white males, which is fine. I mean, you support the Second Amendment, you support the Second Amendment. But we pulled a name and it was Stephanie Torres. And I'm like, how crazy is that? That out of the tickets purchased and all the tickets bought, everyone's name was in it with their address on it. And I stuck my hand in the ammo bucket after they shipped it around and I pulled the one ticket. I mean, I did, I think, third, fourth, whatever prize up to the first prize, grand prize. And it was like Stephanie Torres. I'm like, wow. In this sea full of white dudes, the Hispanic woman won the gun for the Second is for Everyone Diversity Shoot firearms giveaway. I thought that was pretty cool. And you can go check, I think it's like Steph Carries or Stephanie Carries is her Instagram. Her and her husband are both gun tubers / Instagrammers that do funny bits, but they also do cool videos and talk to Hispanic audience about gun laws and how to stay legal and do all that stuff. So pretty much they kind of do what I do. Yeah, Tampa, Florida.
Oh shit.
That's
okay.
why. Yeah, that's why I also look forward to hosting the diversity shoot down there so I can meet up with them again. So I thought,
oh, do you know
it
her?
was great. No, I don't. What happened is I met her there and we started talking, as we did the giveaway. You can see the video. I think I'll post one up on my stuff tomorrow.
You mean at the convention you met her?
At the convention is where I met her when I presented her with the firearm.
Do you know if she got the ticket there or somewhere else?
She bought it there. She came through, she read what it was about, and she thought it was really cool because every vendor there had to give something away. So every vendor had a drawing there for free. All you had to do was sign up for it, and they drew a name.
That was a requirement to be there, or they just all did it?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. John was like, no, if you're going to be here, you're going to give the audience something. So Daria was already doing that, but then she walked further in the booth where they had the setup for the 2A4E.
Which
they
had
were
already
like,
been going on for a while. Yeah.
We've been going on for a while. And he said, no, you have to actually purchase a ticket for this. And this is what they do. And she was like, oh, heck yeah, that sounds like what we do. It sounds very important. Plus the gun is in the perfect color because she has another custom gun that she had done that is the exact same unique color. And she said, it comes with a gun case, really, really nice custom gun case. Plus it's signed by every YouTuber John could find at GunCon or at, Fire on the Prairie, Wind on the Prairie, whatever is held in Nebraska the week before. Thunder on the Prairie.
Thunder on the Prairie, yeah.
Thunder on the Prairie, guys, Defense Dad and all those guys were there. And all of them signed it. So she thought it was a really cool case. Oh, including Stephen Williford. He signed it too. So she was like, "Yeah, we just broke our gun case. It came through and got cracked while we were flying out the last time, and we need a new one." And she was like, and when I actually bought the ticket, I prayed that I would win. And then I called her name out on stage. John brought me out on stage, and I called her name out, and she couldn't believe it. So it was almost meant to be that she won that thing, and I really hope it works out for them, and it appears and stuff, in some of their content. Uh, because I think it's important that regular people win stuff and actually show others. And I mean, they have a YouTube channel and they have an Instagram, but that's still regular people that are going to the range and they catch the same strays as all of us firearms enthusiasts do. You know, you have a bunch of people that poo poo on you because you own guns. Oh my God, how many guns do you own? That's crazy. Every one of us has been in that conversation, and they have to deal with it too. But at least they won something, and I think it's really great. So that's what happened there. Oh, and got to shoot some cool guns. I got to fire a M1 carbine over at Inland. Now, Inland and High Point all under the same umbrella. And they have an SBR, a folding stock paratrooper M1 carbine. They SBR'd and put a suppressor on it. So I got to fire that. And I did a video. Thank you, Dave from High Point. He recorded for me as I fired the first rounds I've ever fired out of excuse me, not an M1 carbine. Yeah, M1 carbine. First rounds I ever fired out of M1 carbine ever, because they're illegal by name in New Jersey. So I'd never be able to shoot one here legally. And I was able to fire that one. And then after I finished up, I said everything about this is illegal in New Jersey, from the SBR to the M1 carbine to the suppressor. And I put it out as a post on Instagram with the story about why it's illegal in New Jersey, which is based all on freaking lies that happened during the Plainfield riots in 1967. Actually, 2 weeks from now would be the 60th anniversary of the Plainfield riots in '67.
I was going to say it had a July anniversary, right?
Yeah, like July 14th or something like that. And what happened is there was a riot in Plainfield, race riot, based on some bullcrap that happened because '60s, and the town rioted, the people rioted, and they had a company there called Plainfield Machine Company. The Plainfield Machine Company put together M1 carbines, and they sold them. You can still buy them Plainfield Machine Company M1 carbine, but they also work with the CIA, and they made those firearms for the CIA. And supposedly 46 or 49 of them just disappeared that night because the security guard decided that he was just going to leave the building and leave it unlocked. And the guns disappeared, and they said that they opened fire. The looters opened fire on the police station and fire station for 5 hours with these stolen guns. And they activated, the National Guard was already activated. So the National Guard, the Springfield Police, the New Jersey State Police, all without warrants raided all the black residents' homes in Plainfield and never found one of these guns. So none of them were ever found, supposedly. So when they passed the assault weapons ban, because the evil M1 carbine was used, 23 years earlier, because they passed this in 1990, the assault weapons ban in New Jersey. Yes, New Jersey passed the assault weapons ban before the nation did. They banned the M1 carbine. So, of course, doing this, I actually mentioned that in my 3-minute speech in one of my appearances in front of the New Jersey Assembly years ago. And someone came up to me afterwards and says, those guns went to the cops. They weren't stolen by rioters. So, but nobody's willing to say that in public. But this is as close as you get, and your statute of limitations is over on that. And do you want me to prove it? No, because I'm not throwing anybody under a bus. Either you believe me or fuck off.
People don't think about it, but in the '60s, There weren't
Hmm.
really. I mean, I guess was the AR invented already, but you weren't buying them in the stores or anything. And even if you could, they would have been expensive as heck. So at the time, that was definitely like a competent rifle. I mean, even though it wasn't, even at the time, people didn't love it during World War II or whatever. It still works, and at times it didn't work were were repeatable. Like it wasn't a randomly doesn't work type of gun. It worked fine. But the times it
Hmm.
didn't work were because of issues that were battlefield conditions. Basically, is what I'm getting at. So just in regular use, it works just fine. Um,
Yeah.
so anyway, I could see people being more concerned about it, a bunch of M1 carbines in the 60s than today. Because today you look at an M1 carbine, you go,
How cute.
an anemic round and a goofy manual of arms and a wooden stock. I guess there are paratrooper models, but mostly, a short, I guess you call it
Hmm.
a scout rifle. But by no means, nobody would be scared of it. No anti-gunner is gonna get that scared of an M1, even with they have like a 20 round mag or something. Like they have a little extended magazine you can put in them that isn't huge, but it does make the gun look a little bit more like a gun they'd be concerned about. But anyway, because of all the wood and everything, I think nowadays for sure people would dismiss it as an old fashioned gun. But I'm sure at the time it was a lot more respected, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Well, this is the crazy part. The M1 carbine didn't violate the assault weapons ban that New Jersey passed.
No, because they probably had to mention it by name because it's just a semi-auto. I mean, unless you're
Hmm.
talking like that M2, which was technically a thing, but not really. So everyone you're ever going to see is an M1, and
Hmm.
yeah, you almost have to put it on the list because otherwise, like I'm saying, it's just the same as a Garand or a.
It's the same. It's same as a Mini 14 with a smaller magazine. It's the same thing as a Mini 14 with the wooden stock Mini 14s that again didn't make the assault weapons ban list. The exact same thing.
Yeah,
Magazine fired, semi-auto,
with a
and
smaller
this
caliber.
uses smaller calibers, 30 caliber bullet that trips somewhere between 357 maximum. That's pretty much about where we're at. Yeah, 357 maximum in power. So, and by the way, yeah, the M1 Garand, I mean the M1 carbine was very popular with the people that wanted a lightweight carbine back in that day. But it had been poo-pooed by the industry and stories told by grandpa in freaking Korea, mainly because again, the military being as dumb as they were when it comes to firearms, they tried to understand the M1 carbine's purpose was to take the place of the 1911. It was a PDW. That's all it was supposed to do, was take the place of the 1911 because it was easier to shoot with those 4 points of contact than a pistol. And it was to go to things like drivers, artillerymen, mortarmen. And that's the point. It was going to replace them carrying the pistol.
Somebody who's doing
Then,
something else and is going to get
mhm,
surprised or overrun, they want them to be more capable than a pistol,
yep,
but ideally not much more room. That's why the Mac 10, everybody shits on that. Same thing. They were like,
uh-huh,
hey, wait a minute. If you're getting overrun and you're in a bunker, you need to be able to just spray. No
yep,
prey in there. You're just spraying. And people can't fathom that you'd want to have a Mac 10 on your leg if your main
mhm,
job is like working on a truck and you're worried about Nazis running up behind you. Yeah, you want to just
yep.
be able to take out all 12 Nazis and get back to work.
So that was the point. But all of a sudden, it was lightweight. It's effective for Rangers and airborne, right? Because it weighs less than 10 pounds and change that the M1 Garand did.
And
And
then
these
all those
dudes were,
magazines you could carry, those long magazines, you could carry a bunch of them. So it's
and you had
30,
15
40.
rounders. And at that time, you had 15 rounders. So all of a sudden, they started using it, and then it became a status symbol. And then dudes who had an M1 Garand but didn't want to carry that big bitch would get an M1 carbine. Well, you're trying to shoot it out to 300 yards. Well, that's not the freaking purpose of it. It's a 100-yard gun. Then you go to Korea when they were just issuing it in units, and they were like, "Oh, the hordes of Chinese guys didn't stop when we were shooting them, and these things are ineffective." Well, you should have been using a 30-06. You were using a 30 carbine. Then after the war, there were so many of them released in the civilian world. that the firearms industry itself was having a problem, because why would you pay full price for whatever new gun they had coming out, you know what I mean, in the 50s and 60s, when you can buy one of these things for a quarter of the price or less? So
And
all of a
nobody's
sudden,
carrying them. Nobody's really putting them in. Well, maybe they're putting them in their trucks or something, but it's not like people are thinking of them as like home defense or anything.
so the gun industry pretty much put word out, hey, push all the new stuff and kind of poo-poo this. And they mischaracterize it. They tell stories about how ineffective it was, all kinds of crap. But meanwhile, around the world, the CIA was shipping it out by the ton to every country there was. They were sending them. South Korea had them. South Vietnam had them. All through Laos, Cambodia, Thailand. And then I'm sure throughout South America too. But at the same time, the American gun industry was telling people they suck. Meanwhile, great gun
Well,
to
it's
shoot.
not always just the industry, because there are, the industry is a factor. It's like a propeller or an engine, right? And it has maybe a direction, or, it ends up being in a direction. But there's also the, whatever you want to call, like just the gun show and the competitions and the hunting and the gun shop chatter that happens. And that's a factor. And everybody, it's like any fad or trend. Once a bunch of people, and they may be influenced by the media for sure, the
Hmm.
messaging, but then the gun wasn't stellar, so it wasn't like it stood on its own like some guns.
Well, one of the things, it stood on its own as long as it was used within the context of what it was.
Yeah, but I'm
You
saying
know what I
most
mean?
people are going to the range and shooting it or looking at it, because what else are we going to do in the 60s with it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, say we're not carrying it. Maybe some people on ranches and shit are putting it in their vehicle. But again, like
Hmm.
you're saying, if you're putting it in your vehicle for like that coyote or something that's like on the other side of the range that you're watching or something, then that's not the gun. You'd rather have a
Hmm.
bolt action, something or the other with a scope on it,
Lever
or a
action, yeah.
shotgun, right? So yeah, exactly, lever action. So it didn't quite fill the gap that anybody had, and it still doesn't really, except for the cool factor and, like you said, like the whatever, like the fact, like the particular uses that they did find for it. But
Well, then it became the firearm of that you saw in the news. Malcolm X had one. Black Panthers had
they
one.
criminalized it. Yeah, like
They,
the
yep.
terrorists
So
would
the,
have them, and the
hmm
psychos, they're like the murderers, or
yeah.
and watch like SWAT. I read, the show SWAT. I forget where it was on, and I was watching it one time and couldn't get enough of the TV show SWAT from like the 70s, I think.
Yep.
Maybe it was the
Hmm.
80s, but I think it was the 70s.
70s.
I
Yep.
couldn't get enough of the guns in it, and half the time the bad guys have some goofy looking like fake Sten that they must have
Hmm.
made in like a Hollywood, workshop, or a carbine, because they didn't want to put a Smith and Wesson in the hand of the bad guy. They didn't want to put
Yep.
a Ruger in the hand of the bad guy. Put that carbine, right? And sometimes they goof it up a little bit. Put some kind of goofy shoulder thing that goes up on it so that it looked a little bit different. But anyway, yeah, it was the one that you could demonize because there was nobody to defend it. It wasn't a company's gun
Yep.
anymore.
Yep. So that's what happened with the, and of course, my granddaddy said it was horrible. They couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with it, and da da da. And I'm like, yeah, you've worshipped your granddad for so long. But as somebody that was in the military, we had dudes that couldn't hit the water if they fell out of a boat. So maybe your granddad was one of those. But let's not say that, because your granddad walked on water and fought beside Chesty Puller. Because that's also a real thing. Anyway, the M1 carbine was a lot of fun, and if you ever get a chance to be at one of these shows, please pull triggers on it. If you can find somebody with an inland, one of the newer ones, do it. The bad part was the magazines, and that was the weak link, because the magazines, all magazines, are meant to be disposable items. They're not supposed to last forever and ever. And I was listening to Ken Hackathorn talk about it, because he grew up post World War II, where these things were inexpensive. And yeah, you threw the magazines away after a while. When they started malfunctioning, you chucked them. The gun worked, the mag was the weak point, the feeding mechanism was. So you just get a new one. Well, now those magazines are rare. But again, like you said, they were able to villainize a firearm, and they had no problem again with lies like this bull crap that happened in Plainfield. And yeah, it's a gun used by the bad guys. So yes, ban it because it's so deadly. And meanwhile, if you have any ability to critically think, you'd go, wait a minute, almost 50 guns disappeared and you were in a 5-hour firefight. How much ammo did the factory that makes the guns have? Like, how many spare magazines do you have to open fire on buildings for 5 straight hours? Then here's the thing. Oh, the building might not have been under fire that entire time because the National Guard, the state troopers, and the Plainfield Police Departments weren't on the same radio frequency. And they found out one of the big firefights they had was between themselves. They couldn't speak to each other, so they were returning fire on themselves from different locations. But
That can
blamed it on
happen.
the looters.
But I was gonna say you can also be under siege for 5 hours and shoot like 100 rounds because all you got to do is, when somebody pokes their head up, shoot one round. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like a constant barrage of lead.
Yeah,
For
but
a
again,
thing to have happened for 5 hours. I mean, I don't have any idea what the
no
details
one's
are.
getting into a shootout with a gun that they're single loading. You know what I mean? No one's single loading rounds into an M1. How many magazines they had to go through, or did they shoot a magazine and then load it? It just didn't make any sense.
Well, another
Oh,
way to
some of
look
the
at it too is that no matter what the circumstances of a situation are,
Mhm.
it's not right or correct. It's not correct, I guess, to uh, legislate all people based on the actions of some criminals once, right? Like just because something
Yeah.
can happen doesn't mean that everyone's going to do it. And you don't have to create legislation based off of one circumstance.
Yeah, well, my whole thing is it didn't even happen. So it's like, oh, these criminals stole it. Then how come over a half a century later, not one is found in the criminal's hands? Almost 50, not one has been found.
Yeah, 50 guns are probably not even in the state anymore. You know what I mean? Like, especially if somebody stole it, they know that they get in trouble for having it. They're either going to ditch it or get rid of it as far away as possible. You know what I mean? It's like unless the person is
Or
stupid or not paying attention, the thing's not
or
going to be.
because they have badges, they know no one's ever going to look in their gun safe.
Well, that's what I
And
was
what
going
I'm
to say.
telling
Yeah.
and that was the first story I got told by somebody that they physically saw it because their father-in-law showed it to them. That was a former Plainfield cop. Had 2 or 3 of them. Yeah, so it's one of those things, bro. It was an opportunity, and cops did cop things. And I know people don't want to hear it, but yes, cops steal. Shocker. Especially when an
Going back,
opportunity is presented to them.
people are people. Anybody thinks that any group of people is all one thing
Mm-hmm.
that's the truth.
Well, they're being
So,
childish.
So going back to the magazine quality, though, I think when you're talking about the concept of throw it away. So there's perishable and there's consumable parts
Mm-hmm.
and disposable, or I guess parts. So there's magazines are one of those things that, at least I'm trying to remember now. I'm pretty sure in World War II there was no expectation to reload those things. Like you threw them away, at least for the carbine. But I'd have to look at a book or something, but I don't really remember being told how to load magazines other than you're going to get them in stripper clips and you're going to load mags. So the implication there was you're reloading mags. You're not going to get brand new mags all the time, but you're not expected to gunsmith mag lips and that kind of shit. So
Nope.
when you get into military grade stuff, especially back in the day, like I say, it was just a different mindset, and these guns weren't designed, and the parts of the guns weren't designed for like, hey, let's build a gun that'll work for the task at hand and the surplus market. You know what I mean? Like the surplus
Yeah.
market is just like an extra given or whatever, an extra plus. So what they wanted was a gun that would work. And somewhere in the math, in the design of these things, think about mag lips, right? So you have the wall of your magazine is probably uniform, pretty expensive to have a magazine, the body of the magazine that goes thicker and thinner. Although some do, it's pretty expensive to do that kind of process, especially back in the day when you're trying to make a lot of them. So they're probably a uniform thickness. So now you think, all right, the lip part, the part that holds the rounds before they, under spring pressure, get slid out into the chamber or whatever, that has to be strong enough to exist, but then light enough that when you have 10 of them on a person or 100 of them in a pallet or 1,000 of them in a vehicle, that you're not wasting metal in the production, so you can make more of them. Plus you're not wasting weight and you're not wasting gas and wasting people's muscle, right, on something that's unnecessary. So there's a lot of math that goes into that part of it. That's why there's whole departments of the military, every branch, that goes into development of gear, right? Because it's not, people want to dismiss it all the time, especially like you say, people that have bad experiences with their gear. But most of the gear is designed to, be as effective as possible, as rugged as possible, while being as lightweight as possible. And that's two sides of a balance, right? You can't make it both, all of either one. It has to have a balance there. And that's where I'm trying to get, like, when they built these things for World War II, pretty sure for the carbine, they just figured you're shooting that thing, you're throwing the clip on the ground, you're grabbing another one, and that was all they were thinking about. And that's what you got. You either bought the carbine, which was made for the war, or you bought the magazines, which were made for the war. I mean, I have no idea because I don't know nothing about that gun enough. But at some point after the war, I'm sure somebody who was making magazines decided, hey, let's make magazines for the carbine. And then somebody said, you know what? Let's make them better. Let's make them stronger or whatever, right? And that's where you probably start to see, and that happened with every gun probably, whatever the weakness was of the gun, when somebody decided, hey, let's make an accessory for this gun that's better, right? That kind of stuff starts to happen. And that's where Brownells comes around, because they sort of collected all these like one-off little companies that were showing up at gun shows and, have their product at a gun shop. Brownells was one of the companies, not the only, but one of the companies to go, hey, let's take all these little companies and put them in one big catalog. Let's buy 100 of their product right away so that we can ship it fast. Plus we keep the company in business and blah, blah, blah. Like Brownells was, with other companies doing that. And then, so I'm getting to, that development had to start somewhere. And I'm pretty sure most of that happened after World War II, when somebody who, whatever, like, oh, I had a carbine in World War II, but you know what I hated? So I'm going to make a better, XYZ. And then, they either succeeded or didn't. Some of these guys succeeded for a minute and then were bought out, right? And then another company owned that for a while, and then somebody else bought it out. So some of these things started that way and then became things that we know today, triggers and that kind of thing. So anyway, I'm just getting it, like, that stuff had to start somewhere after World War II. And then with the catalogs and with different, surges in popularity of the shooting sports, it all got to where the internet finally happened. And then all that stuff had the opportunity to kind of have a level playing field. Like, everybody could come to the internet marketplace, offer their goods, and get evaluated by the, whatever you want to call, like, the population of the internet. So anyway, that's something that I think a lot of us take for granted. But the reason I'm bringing it up is some of us who are old enough lived through all that, and good or bad, we're bringing that baggage with us, right? We're bringing that knowledge. Some people would call it baggage. I guess you could call it wisdom, right? But we're bringing that knowledge with us, that skepticism and that whatever, to when things come to market nowadays. And I don't know if it's 100% legit, you know what I mean? Like, I know we're doing it, but I don't know if it's necessary or if it's, if we're somehow better than everybody because we've got that or not. But
of course,
I just thought I'd bring it.
Hey, of course, I
feel like we're better than everybody because of it.
Well, it's weird because we've gotten to the point that we're older and we're looking at stuff going, what are you talking about? Oh, this doesn't work because I read it on the Googles. I'm like, yeah, that's not true. What? Yeah, no, we were there. No, that's not how that worked, or that thing did, or that thing performed at all. But Google said the United States military replaced all of their 1911s in 1983 when they adopted the M9. No, it's not true. I was there in 1990.
Like 6
It
units
was
got one
issued
that
one.
year, and 12 more
Yeah.
units got it the next year. Then 7,000 units probably got it the next year, and then some units probably still got 1911. Come on, please.
Yeah. So people want to go,
Well,
oh,
here,
you're
let's
a
say it this
boomer.
way. I'm sure there's Marines that still have 1911s. It's more accurate.
Oh, yeah. 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 They hold on to them now because of historical context. But yeah, 100%, dude. I mean, we've gotten older and we're looking at things a little bit different now. And that's how I feel some veterans may be looking at, M1 carbines or just a buttload of other things. It's like, what are you kids talking about? Oh, these never really worked. Oh no, they worked if you use them like they were supposed to. What? But the internet.
Well, we've got a real question coming in from Fuzz
Sure.
Fact, and
Hit me
says,
with it.
how do you feel about people needing a license before you can buy a firearm? First off, let me just clarify, there's different schemas out there or different situations. So sometimes you need to have a license to purchase. In other words, like permission from the state to purchase, and that sometimes has or usually has like a window on it. Like you get this license to purchase, and then that gives you like a month or 3 months or something. And then if you don't purchase that firearm in the month, you got to get another purchase, permission to purchase. And I think you have that in New Jersey, and I think you've said that like you can get 2 guns sometimes. Like sometimes you have to, or you don't have to do it for every single gun, but you have to kind of instigate it. But then the other side of it is people who like in Illinois, they have to have a license to own a gun. So when you say before you can buy, I'm just clarifying. Sometimes in some states you need to have a license to own a gun, period. And then in other states, either additionally or instead, you have to have permission from the state to instigate the purchase. Not that there's a big difference, but it is a big difference when you have to deal with both or one or the other. And everybody who doesn't deal with this at all ignores what the difference or whatever. So I don't know if there's a big reason, but I figured I'd clarify that. And then Tony's dealing with it, so I'll let him answer the real question.
Yeah, I think it's bullcrap. It doesn't prevent anything, stop anything. We already have a next background check that you stop the criminal from purchasing the firearm, and truthfully, they don't even use it that way. When a criminal does attempt to purchase one, and they don't sell it to them, the police don't sweep in all of a sudden from stage left, snatch them up, and cuff them and charge them. So really, it's just an impediment to the legal firearm owner. That's all it is. A permission slip from the government infringing upon your rights, delaying them, and then telling you it's for your own safety. So how do I feel? I feel it's a lie, and they don't enforce the laws that actually are designed to stop the criminal while they're breaking the law. They don't enforce that. So that's my problem with it. It's not used for us to keep us safe. It's used against us to discourage firearms ownership.
So I'll throw some more. I think that it is definitely one of the bigger propaganda ones. So there's, like I said, the two sides. The one would be you have to have a permit to even consider owning a firearm, which usually has some kind of background check, right? There's some kind of steps involved. So there's there's always going to be a fee. I'm not aware of anybody that does that, any state that does that for free. So there's definitely going to be some time required and potentially a fee. So it's not something that you can intentionally, they design it this way so that you can't casually make the decision to buy a firearm and then 4 hours or 5 minutes or 5 hours or whatever, it's going to be more like 5 weeks later, you can follow through on that. And they say that that somehow solves people who are, let's say, looking at self-harm or something or looking to harm others, that somehow it mitigates that. And they justify it that way, but they ignore the person who's in stress, maybe has an ex relationship where the person is violent or threatening to take children or something, and or maybe they live on a situation where there's like rabid animals or something that have been taking livestock and they're concerned about their livelihood or something. Who knows what the circumstances are, but you can imagine circumstances where somebody has need for a firearm who didn't realize they were going to need that 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, right? And it prevents those people. Now you can dismiss that and say, well, those people, that's why the police are there. But that requires a lot of, those rights don't matter, and those situations aren't, enough for the potential criminal stuff. So, like Tony said, when they're with the good intent to say, let's stop a legal gun shop, because this is all we're talking about, a legal gun shop, from selling a gun to a law-abiding individual without some kind of time buffer. Again, if the person is intent on self-harm, then there's bridges and there's swimming pools, right? I don't have to get into it. There's other methods. If that's the case, then why only focus on this one thing without any kind of offer of help either, right? There's no aid involved here. It's simply prohibition. And then, well, I could keep going. But I think that there's lots of reasons why this one is propaganda, because the people who are satisfied, the politicians who are satisfied with removing a segment of the population's rights for this cause will not accept the scrutiny, all the things that Tony and I just alluded to. They won't accept any of that as evidence or proof of the potential faultiness of this argument, and then they'll rely on basically the emotions and the lack of insight and the lack of debate on this to justify why these things exist. And we just haven't had enough, popular support for a push against this. But I really think that this is something that is not like we're going to win this in the courts or we're going to win this through legislation. This, I believe, is a popular opinion. Like, as gun owners, we just have to do a better job of impressing the general population with our abilities and our history, so that they understand that punishing the law-abiding doesn't get the results that the politicians would claim. I don't know if I've just too long-winded there, but I think that this is I'm glad you asked the question, because it's one that gets overlooked. And 40% of the country has to deal with this, but because it's only 9 states, I think it's just our tendency when we look at the numbers, we see a map and we see just a few states that are affected by this, because it is only like 9 to 11 states, depending on which definition you're taking here, that are affected by this. The rest of the country is not. And that is the divide. That's 40% of the population, but it's 9 states. So whenever the rest of the country looks at this, we see, oh, there's only 9 states affected. I suspect even when the 9 states look at this, they go, oh, there's only 9 of us that are affected by this. No wonder it's not a big issue. But in reality, it's 40% of the population that isn't able to exercise a right unless the state tells them it's okay 3 months ahead of time. And that's just unsatisfactory.
100% so.
So New York is saying, or Outcast is saying, I'm against it. Just tattoo the mark on the hand of the people who can't own a gun. And that is one option, is to say we don't need prohibitions on who can own a gun. Just have a wanted list, right? A wanted poster, just like they used to have in the post office. And when someone tries to buy a gun, cross-check it with the wanted posters. If they're on one of the wanted posters, no, you can't buy the gun. So I'm not a fan of that, but that's essentially what he's saying there. To, instead of assuming that everyone who wants to buy a gun is breaking the law and you have to do a background check on them, which costs a lot of money, instead just see if the person who's asking to buy the gun is on a wanted poster. As long as you keep your wanted posters up to date, then, you know what I mean? I think that's the idea, is that it's a lot cheaper. But this was a debate at Gun Rights Policy in like 2016 or 15 or something. It was like a long time ago, 14 maybe, I can't remember. It's a long time ago. And I think I side with the, well, I'm always going to side with we don't need the checks, but I don't like the idea of the wanted. I think I like the idea of the wanted posters, but I'm not 100% on it. I could be talked out of it, like I say, because I don't think either one of them is ideal. None is ideal.
Well, like I said before, they have the laws now that they don't enforce, because again, the purpose of this whole thing is to keep us, the regular everyday citizen, away from purchasing the firearm. And if more people own guns, you'd actually know what was going on with guns. Like, no, that's not true. You know what I mean? Like whatever propaganda they're pushing, go, no, that's not true. I'm at the range all the time. Or, I've been to the gun store lately. No, they depend on most people not knowing diddly squat about firearms ownership. I mean, come on, when the president of the United States says it's easier to buy a gun than a book, most people, he should have been laughed at openly when he said that, like mocked on Saturday Night Live, like for a week straight on all the late night shows. That should have been a joke. And it
Well,
wasn't.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate because I'm obviously not a big Obama fan, but I can understand but I think I understand the point of view there. If he's suggesting like a kid who's mad goes out on the streets, pick the place where you want, goes out on the streets and is gonna, a kid, 13 years old, let's say 14, dumb enough to think that if I buy a gun, I'm gonna end this, right? I'm gonna solve this. So they're 13, 14, they got money somehow. I don't know what a gun costs on the streets. Let's say $1,000 because I've seen it in movies. So they get their $1,000. They go on the street. They're not going to like a gun shop. Obviously, they're going to some like 16-year-old kid who's got a couple of guns in a place in an alley or something. And that guy who has a couple of guns in the alley is not going to have a book. So I guess I understand what they're saying. Like, yeah, kid wants to go buy it. He's going to go be able to buy a gun. I think he also said an apple. And like, again, the guy who's selling guns out of the back of the alley, he's not going to have an apple. He's not going to have a book. So I get it. Like, and the kid might have to walk a couple of blocks to find a bookshop. Yeah, I understand all that. In the library.
He's full of shit.
But at the same time, and that's what I was going to get at before, when these laws say, oh no, we're going to prevent you from buying a gun at a gun shop. They never say like prevent you from buying a gun, period, because they can't. They can say prevent you from buying a gun at a gun shop. So basically what they're saying is, we're going to put a wall or a lock on the door that all the regular law-abiding people choose. But then all you got to do is go out back, watch any movie. All you do is go out back to some alley on the streets, in the city or whatever. And you find some guy selling drugs and you ask him to buy a gun and he points you to the guy selling guns or he sells you a gun. So, again, like these laws that are supposed to stop somebody are going to stop somebody from buying a gun at the place where you want them to, and then they're going to go somewhere else and buy the gun. So the guns exist.
Here's the thing. Again, as someone who lived in New Brunswick, Trenton, worked in Newark, Irvington, Elizabeth, there's no one on the street selling these guns like they have in the movies. There are not tons of gun sales going on. It's just people believe it because the only reference they have is TV shows. Well, I saw it on TV. Yeah, it doesn't happen in real life. Yes, you have somebody. You know what kind of gun you're going to get on the street? Maybe. You're going to get someone's stolen 25 Beretta knockoff. Maybe. And it's not as easy as you say. Because why? There's not been one expose done on somebody buying a gun on the street. Not one reporter has bought a gun on the street that I know about.
Here's where you're wrong. So they're going to have that 25 or whatever on the blanket. But what you got to say is, I want the good stuff. And then they're going to move the blanket. And that's where all the Uzis and stuff are.
Yeah. It's going to be in the manhole cover underneath the blanket.
Yep.
They go, hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, and then all of a sudden a kid will ride up with a bazooka on his back. Yeah. So when I listen to this stuff, and I'm like, bro, I lived in these places. I know some of these types of people. It's not as easy as you think. So again, as someone who listened to the guy, I'm like, it's not that easy. You can find someone who will sell you weed. Easier you can find someone that'll sell you cigarettes. Now let's just amp that way up.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about underage kids because we all know it's true. You can find weed easier you can find cigarettes. Somebody to buy you alcohol.
Well, again, because that's like a 16-year-old kid is going to sell a 13-year-old kid wherever they want. But once you get an 18-year-old kid who's got a life ahead of them now, they understand shit. They're not going to waste their time selling, like you say, buying cigarettes, selling it to some kid or whatever for $5.
Exactly. It's just funny stuff, bro. But I like to point it out sometimes that this stuff is garbage, and we need to call it out.
But that was a great question, and I'm hoping that we answered. They said didn't know the part about different types of licensing. I tried to do a project on that with the Minuteman University project for a number of years there, and go through it's one of the ways that the whatever you want to call it the ping pong game of pro rights and anti rights, right? So the people that like guns and the people that hate guns, and the fight goes back and forth, and everybody can have their opinions on why it keeps going. But I think one of the biggest reasons is because it's so, I don't know what the word is, nuanced, or there's so much of it that and it's not all quite the same. It kind of falls into groups or headings, but like this, where we talk about licensing to own, because there is these subtle differences, I guess, between states. It's just difficult for, again, most people to keep up with it. If you live underneath of some of the tyranny, it's simple enough to keep track of what you're dealing with, and then sometimes a little easier to understand, the differences between the other states that are dealing with it. But there's not, I do this almost every show, but I'll scold the three-letter organizations at the national level that got all the money to do this. There's really not good resources like, gunlaws.com or something, where I hope I don't own that, because I might, but just some resource that's simple and permanent that keeps track of all this. The antis do have one, the Violence Policy Center or something like that, where they essentially, Bloomberg pays to put all of his, when you talk about statistics, you can look at it one way or the other. So all of the statistics over there are looking at, they don't include infants because they can't include the babies that die from just being babies, because I guess enough babies die in the first year or two that almost all the gun statistics are going to start at 1 or 2, just to rule out all those babies. So then, because not enough babies die from a gunshot, right? Like the ratio doesn't work for them. So they start at 1, and then of course they go to 19 and call them children, because they have to include the 16 to 19s. Otherwise, they don't have any gun deaths, really. They have a few accidents, or, what do you call it? Like casualties of, what do they call it? Violence that was, happening over here, and there was what do they call it? It's not a casualty, but
Collateral damage?
Collateral damage things. So anyway, we really don't have a good place to go. Every once in a while, one of the national level organizations will get a bee in their bonnet and create that data, but they rarely keep it more than a year or two. And I understand it. I've tried it myself. It's very difficult to keep that stuff accurate, because literally it can change anytime. So I tried it with a volunteer type of thing, with the idea that we keep track of all the laws and bills and situations out there that people are dealing with, and we'll do it regionally so that people can play zones, so that no editor is responsible for the whole thing. We'll have like 3 or 4 editors for each region, so that nobody's responsible for the whole thing, but that we also have 3 sets of eyes making sure everything's current. And we were able to do that for a little while. We never got it 100%, but we definitely got it started, and it's just a tremendous amount of effort. So I understand why nobody does it, but I mean, some of these places make $24 million a month, so there's really no excuse why we don't have the resources that the antis have, so that when we want to just understand this stuff, we can, and we don't have to re-explore it and rediscover it every single time we want to understand it. And then we have something to point to, because a lot of times we fall into the we're right, we're correct in the numbers and everything. We understand that we're correct when we're explained to, when it's explained to us by somebody who understands all this, but then it's our turn to explain it to somebody else. And it would be great to have some visual aids, right? It would be great to have some resources so that we didn't have to understand all this shit like professors, and then be able to explain it like some sort of influencer. But whatever, I bitch about that shit all the time. At some point, we'll have all that, and then these kind of questions will be less difficult to answer, and hopefully less frequent, because it'll be, hopefully more of the norm. Or we get rid of these laws completely, and everybody just has the lack of laws, and we enjoy that freedom. I'm actually shocked how many people get busted with guns in my area. It's a weekly thing. So if a person's carrying a gun and they jaywalk and then they're frisked, and now it's a gun crime, where is that on the spectrum?
Yeah, that's the number they won't give you. Oh, we took this many guns off the street. Well, how? What crime was being committed? These firearms were used. Oh, well, the guy, was driving, with a, I don't know, freaking expired plate or no insurance, or who the heck knows what other.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Like
can
I
be
say,
arrested for
jaywalking
almost
is a
anything.
thing that you shouldn't be doing. So, like, you're doing something
Yeah.
inconsequential and you get stopped, which, that's why police are there and that's why you have these stops. Most of the time it's a warning. Most of the time it's like education or whatever, like interaction with the public, everybody's happy. But if they frisk you and now it's like a whole big thing, like why is that a thing? I mean, come on.
Uh-huh.
And it's not just guns. Sometimes they frisk you and it's like you got a knife or something dumb, depending on where you're at. And it's almost the same thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You listen to, well, I don't know if you listen to Edgar, but Edgar, and
Uh-huh.
they do the podcast on, well, I think Wednesdays now, but I don't think it's always on Wednesdays. Anyway, Edgar said something about, like, if a type of, I forget what they're complaining about, some kind of type of policing or something, and he suggested like a type of policing where you wouldn't stop anybody going 10 over. You would just, if he was saying that when they do the studies, that most of the violence that police officers encounter is on road stops, right? And he's like, most of the road stops are for like going 10 over or swerving or, not stopping enough on a stop sign, all that little stuff. And if you just stopped doing any of that, then you'd have less violent interactions with police. They'd have more time to do other stuff, and I guess I understand the logic of that. But coming from a couple of police classes that I've taken back when I was a little kid, I understand that you do some of that stuff, like I say, just to have interactions with the community, and it's an inconvenience and it's annoying, but you're doing that so that every once in a while you find the person who's diabetic or like shouldn't have been doing something that they wouldn't have found otherwise. So it's like I don't want to say justify it, but it's justified by the positive effects that those interactions, those stops will have. Where you at with all that? And I guess that was also the 80s. I don't know when I've been taking those classes, so maybe times have changed and you're not allowed to assume that of the public anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time when you'd expect a person to stop, take off their hat, and have a conversation with you just because you stopped and talked with them. You know what I mean? Like, that's long gone. But that, what I mean? That would have been a time when you'd have been like looked at weird if you didn't stop and have a conversation with somebody when they took their hat off in front of you.
Yeah, things change, and interactions with law enforcement have changed over the years for a lot of reasons. I mean, before, supposedly, people were from the neighborhood they were hired in, but now people, at least I know, all over the state, they just get jobs, not even in the state they live in. Yeah, I applied for jobs all up and down the East Coast, and so is hiring, so I went there for the interview. So the cop's not even from here, so he doesn't know anybody. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I don't know you. Who the heck are you? You're just a dude with a badge that I've never met before, and I've lived in this town my whole life. So yeah, we're not getting into many conversations. What do you want? So I totally get it. Like, it's different than it used to be. But that changed when I first moved up here in the '90s, and there were like wait list of like 200 to 300 people for like 5 jobs in the PD, and that's totally flipped around. So there's dozens of jobs available, and 5 people show up to get them.
Yeah, we've got towns between here and the border, Tucson and the border. There's the towns in between there will have, like, when you drive into town, big ass sign that's like, I forget what they say, like $56,000 or $65,000 a year to be a cop, plus bonuses and overtime. Like, be a cop. Best time to be a cop or something like that. I'm like, dang, I guess they need police down here.
Oh, they need them bad, baby. We had a big ass sign up on on the prison fence. We're hiring. I've never seen that before. Like, that's never been necessary before.
They got a whole bunch of inmates that are looking for part-time work.
Yeah, sadly. Sadly, some of the applicants weren't that far off. When you tell them they can have criminal records, bro, not a good thing.
Is that different in the ones you hear about that are like the private prisons?
Private prisons are even cheaper.
But I mean, are
Private
they
prisons are,
like they're paying less? You mean, so they're not getting any employees either?
yeah, they're paying significantly less.
Oh, okay. So the quality there is probably real high.
Yeah. Shoot, it's barely better even in the federal prisons. Same thing, same reason.
I think I
They
think
don't
we
pay.
have private prisons in Arizona. I'm not sure, but I know that in Tucson, there's like a bunch south of town. We have, I think, one of everything, like a city, a county, and a state, and a federal. I think maybe a county, a state, and a federal is probably not it. There's enough of them that they have their own fire department, and then they have their own shooting range. So one of my things when I saw the shooting range being built was I was always like, this was 10 years ago probably. I was maybe more than that even. I was trying to use everything I could though, like all my reach that I could get to try to find someone who had access to that range so I could go, at least shoot some bullets on that range just to be able to say I've done it. Never been able to find anybody. I have no idea what it's like on a prison card. It has to be for the prison cards because I think it even says it's something like in front, but I don't know if it's federal or what, but I can't imagine. Sometimes police can do whatever they want. Like, oh yeah, come on in. Like you're my guest or whatever. You can come on in. Other times I know it's like, you gotta be authorized and, have a reason to be here type of shit. So I have no idea what that would be like.
Yeah, you never know. Like for the department I work for, it's just a no-go. It's like not happening, Chief. They do their range stuff on Fort Dix. So
Oh yeah. You can't even go onto bases and forts anymore without doing all kinds of stuff.
you don't get a walk on that particular range. They have a civilian range on Dix though.
And I think I can remember back in the day, you would go to like a base or a fort and, you'd have your ID or whatever. And I don't even know if you had to show your ID. You would just be like, I'm going to the PX or the BX, whatever it's called. And then, point at it and they'd go, all right. You know what I mean? And then that was it.
You're pointing in the right direction, so you kind of knew where it was. So,
yeah. But
obviously
basically,
you believe
they're
it.
like, especially in Tucson, where it was like so many retired people are going to shop on that, whatever it's called. Like it's basically a grocery store. It's more like a little mini version of a Walmart, I guess, because it has some other stuff. But anyway, go there because it's cheaper. And I don't remember when it was. Was it Y2K? No, it wasn't Y2K. It was 9/11 that they stopped all that. Or maybe, I don't know if it was before that.
Oh yeah, a lot of yeah.
But it's been forever since you could just go on bases.
Yeah, that's not happening anymore.
Anyway, so we talked about the gun con a bit. Well, the highlights of it, I guess, was obviously more stuff happened.
So we were so I did gun con, but I also did Full Send Freedom Fest.
I was gonna say that was the week before, right? So what? That was like a machine gun shoot.
No, it was actually the Freedom Fest. It was speakers. So Kevin Dixie came up and spoke. I was one of the speakers. They had Alex Shea from Gun Owners of America there as a speaker. One of the guys from USCCA, I think his name, what the frick was his last name was Lee. I think his first, I can't remember. Roy, maybe? I feel like a dork. Anyway, they had 6 speakers. 2 of them were representatives. One was Pennsylvania State Senator. Yeah, both of them were Pennsylvania State Senators. However you say that, right? Not the federal, but the state one. They spoke, and we had vendors there. So Gideon Optics was there. Some holster companies were there. My friends from December Customs, which makes bags, slings, duty belts, they were there. They had a good amount of those. And then they did have Bat Cave Ballistics. They brought their machine guns out so people could actually rent them and fire. So that's where I was shooting the M14 full auto. Boy, does that prove that was a huge mistake. That was cool, a lot of fun. it was cool to speak to a bunch of different people. Kevin Dixie set the world on fire when he went and told his speech. Good Lord, he told us he jumped dead in their ass. It was really great too, because he talked about the divisiveness and social media and how it turns people against each other. Um, and how that when you co-sign on the racist stuff, when someone like him, who's a firearms coach and in the industry and is teaching classes and doing all of that, now we have to deal with you and the words you encourage on the internet, that he sees you as a threat because you're the reason he has a carry permit. You know what I mean? You're the reason he carries a firearm. And people are like, oh my goodness. And then I came up immediately afterwards and started goofing on Kevin. But at the same time, going, Kevin is right. And you have to watch the words you say. But I'm 100% willing to be your ally in this fight. But yeah, you can't co sign on the lies and bullcrap from people that is openly and blatantly racist. And he brought up some social media stuff that happened. Some dude named Chump the Chud or something that was using race baiting as his, internet moneymaker, and then he ends up shooting himself by accident. And that was like one of those, social media topics of the day that everybody supposedly cared about for 7 straight minutes, and then it went away. And most people can't even remember the details about it now. But I'm like, that kind of divisiveness is intentional. That kind of divisiveness is put forth by others with agendas that we don't know about or that you've been warned about, but you still believe in conspiracy theory. Oh no, that can't happen. Oh, a whole bunch of people won't get together and have Americans turn against each other. Yeah, okay. Um, I stopped listening to people that didn't believe conspiracy theories after friggin' COVID. Like, at least I would listen prior to COVID, but now I'm like looking for reasons to not believe them. Before it would be look for reasons to believe them. Now it's like, okay, let's say everything they say is true. How do I prove it isn't?
I fear that we've got to, because like I listen to NPR. So it's not like I do an extensive amount of research into liberal stuff. And then I follow whatever liberal gun owners there are, like the clubs and the people. So, that's my experience with the liberal side. I don't do any research. I definitely don't do any research on the Republican side. It's just that, obviously it's flooded on the gun stuff. So I see plenty of that as well. Definitely not the like everything Trump does is right stuff, because I have no interest in following those people or the people that follow every single news thing that happens, right? Like I just unfollow that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But what I do see is like a massive gap in the middle where some things are like completely ignored. And I imagine those would be the things that Trump didn't touch, the things that Trump didn't win or lose on. But everything else is, parted or divided between Trump touched it and it went and he won, or Trump touched it and he lost. And then, of course, there's the people that'll read their way into whatever the circumstances were. But it's so divided with that. It'll be nice to see what happens after, like he's not a factor anymore, like, because it'll just be different, I guess. But I'm sure it won't be completely better. It'll just be different for a bit, but it'll go in a direction at least. But anyway, I think that right now I would say we're being played, but it's not. I don't give anybody the credit of pulling any strings here. I think the circumstances are that, at one point, I'm going to go backwards in time here. At one point we were all listening to the radio or the television, and then it was newspapers, whatever the order was. We all kind of listened to one thing, and now we're in a situation where we don't have to all listen to one thing. There is not just one thing anymore. Like literally, there is no like popular voice of either side. Like there's voices on either side that are equally popular or rise and fall. So it's really up to the individual to decide what to follow, what to listen to, what to align with, and all that. And because of that, we have this free will factor, and there's so many influences that, we're just getting our sea legs essentially. Like, we're figuring this all out. And I think it's a result of that more than anybody instigating this or whatever. But I think there is this tendency of the robots to want to feed us what we want to hear. And, the echo chamber shit works well. So that's what the robots are trying to feed us. And they haven't tuned the robots to factor that out somehow yet. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. But right now, I think what we're seeing is this polarization, and people that don't put any effort into looking one way or the other. Because that's the thing, you have to put effort into it, because you're only going to get one message or the other right now. That middle message is so low in volume or so small, you know what I mean? You have to really search it out. And even when you do, there's no payoff. Like, oh, wow, an issue that Trump didn't touch is probably a pretty boring issue. Like, there's no gold out there. So there's not a lot of incentive, I guess, for someone to seek out news that's in the middle, at least in my experience. So I guess what I'm saying is, I think this is just something we have to ride out, like, until things change, until people either wake up to this shit, which probably ain't going to happen, but more like we're given different opportunities or different options, and we choose things and we start to see. Because I think most people, if the whole Matrix thing, if you picked them up and showed them, here's a news article from one side and the other. Here's a news article from one side and the other. Like, people who are rational are going to go, oh, wow, these are the same issue, and they just said it differently. And once they think about that, they're going to, I would think regular people, most people are going to go, oh, I'd rather get something in the middle. I don't like to be played like this. I'm sure some people love it, but you know what I mean? I think most people did get something else. And I just think we haven't been offered that yet. But I don't think these robots are out to get us, that the tech giants are out to get us. I think they're probably realizing at some point that they did make addictive drugs. They didn't intend to, you know what I mean? They tried to make painkillers, but oops, they made addictive drugs. And just like any rich billionaire, they're not going to want to have the legacy of like fucking people up. So they're gonna attempt to change these things, I suspect. But I don't have faith in them. I'm just saying I suspect they're gonna try it.
Yeah, I'm from the other side. I believe the other side. I think they created this social media thing, and then they get. I mean, because even what's that little dude's name that started Facebook? Can't even think of his name right now.
Zuck.
Yeah. Zuck admitted that he got pressure during the whole COVID thing to freaking downplay, dismiss, and pretty much ban any doctors or professors or anybody in academia or the medical profession that spoke negatively about the shot. They suppressed them or kicked them off. So it's like, yeah. And then all of a sudden, after it's all over with and after the damage is done and after people didn't hear an opposing side from experts, after all of that is done, he comes out with the truth when it cost him nothing.
Right.
So
at a time when nobody was even hardly whispering about it, like you say, it couldn't have got more scot-free, got away more scot-free.
Yeah. So I look at it going, yeah, no, they will allow this addictive drug to get out and run amok and cause divisiveness. And let's not act like our own government doesn't do it too, because both parties need you to hate something besides them. They need you to be distracted so you don't see they working together. There is no us. There is no good guy versus bad guy. Both of them are politicians that crave the same thing humans always have: power and control. And as long as they keep giving us bread and circuses, we'll keep leaving them in power because they're protecting us from the evil other side, which is on the same team as they are. And I don't think anything has changed except social media allowed them to manipulate us while we're taking a poop and doom scrolling. Before we used to watch news, in the morning before you go to work, and then you'd catch the evening news when you came back. And maybe if you stayed up till 11, you saw it one more time. But other than that, they only had 2 chances during the day to club you over the head with their propaganda, unless you listen to radio news or picked up a newspaper. But now it's in your hand all day. And it also is part of your entertainment because of influencers that, pull the horrible story from the news and then give an opinion on it. and those people get promoted. And the more divisive the opinion is, the more you get promoted. Kitten videos get seen a whole lot less than this minority gets killed by this usually white person or now Asian person, and it becomes the story that everyone cares about for maybe a week, and then it's gone, and you can't even remember the details a month later. So yes, I think they encourage it, they let it happen, they profit off of it, and then yes, eventually they'll all see the light and build an effing library later on, or a hospital or some shit, and try to be seen as humanitarians by future generations. Rockefeller Center. So I'm just saying, they do horrible things while they're making their money, and then trying to be seen as these great people after they're gone. Kennedy Center.
It's called the Trump Center, but whatever.
Okay, I don't know.
I don't either.
pay attention.
But that's the kind of shit they're fighting about. And there was something else I was going to mention. Then I typed in here the other thing, so I wouldn't forget the other thing, but then I forgot the first thing. But going back to when you're saying, I was going to say this back in the day, I've seen a really interesting thing. It was like a witch thing where they were like, it used to be called programming, right? And you know what news is? Like the word news. I've heard it was news, entertainment, weather, and sports, right? But I don't think, because I was like, oh, that's interesting, except news is news, right? But then northeast, west, south. So news was like saying the directions of the compass or whatever. And I'm like, oh crap, I wonder if that's a thing, or if that was how the word came from. I guess I could ask the robots. Anyway, it's some little clip I saw that kind of started like that. And then it was, you probably heard this one before, like they used to call television programming, right? Because it, like you're just saying, like most of the time, and even on the radio, it was called programming. So, you'd wake up in the morning, no matter what channel you're listening to, they're all getting their news from the same place. Like they're all doing their brand of entertainment, their brand of music, but they're getting their news from the same place. Now they may have different people reading it, but it's all coming from the same place. And that's where you get this programming concept where, like we grew up, like you say, somebody you getting ready for work, there'd either be a TV on or a radio on, depending, if you had kids or not or what, how big the house was, but you're listening to some kind of programming in the morning, because there was like, maybe if you're lucky, 6 channels, but probably more like 3 channels, 4 channels. So, cartoon or news in the morning, and most of the time parents win. So it's news until something changes. So anyway, pretty much everybody before work is hearing the same programming, and like you say, after work, news, boom, definitely programming. Even the shows, if there was some subtle thing like Coca-Cola or End the War or whatever the hell, that was part of that programming. They'd put it in there, and everybody only had 8 options to watch. So a good chunk of people were watching that shit. It was programming. Now you get to the internet, and maybe that's the subtle difference. It's influence, right? Now they know they can't just sit you down and program you. Some people fucking sit down and love the programming still, oh, the CBS show is on, let me sit down and learn what I'm supposed to do. But the people that's not working on, they were getting influenced. And that made me remember something I just saw recently. I pay attention to how this stuff works, because I'm trying to make money off the internet just like a lot of people. And you do that by paying attention to how the internet works. And I never really paid attention. I've gone viral a couple of times, and it's not like, if I could make myself go viral, I wouldn't be talking, because I'd be so rich. We'd just be flying around having like conversations and jets and shit. But I'm not that rich. So been watching people, and the people that go viral, and it's not hard to go viral. Trust me. Like I said, I went viral to to tune of 20 million over a weekend. So, it is possible to just accidentally go viral. Profiting off of it is something different. And then going viral to the tune of like a couple of million is not even a thing for some people. Like it's super easy. And you don't have to be huge to do that. Like once you kind of understand the recipe or like how the system works or whatever, it's just like juggling, I suppose, or something, like some people are going to be really good at juggling and they can do acrobatic shit. Other people just figure out how to juggle and they're just big fat guy juggling, whatever. Right. So, figuring out the internet is, just a thing like anything else so much. And some of this viral stuff, yeah, it can happen. Like I say, it happened to me. I didn't do anything to make it happen. But if you have a reason to try to make it happen often, maybe you got, customers paying for it, or you just have an interest in being popular or famous or whatever, then you've seen the repost channels, the channels that'll just play another video. They're sitting there pointing at it, and then usually they'll comment at the end or at the beginning. Hey, watch what's about to happen. You got to stay tuned till the end. The third thing from the end is the most impressive thing I've seen on the internet this week. Right? And then those channels can be massive, right? But those channels are on their way up. So you can give those channels $30,000 and they'll record, they'll repost every video you post. And so one of the strategies is, if you want to create viral and you have the resources, that's the other side, you have to have the money to do it, especially if you don't care. If you're just trying to get a message out there and you can't program people, but you want to influence them heavily, you give the one influencer the money to make the video, and then you start giving these reposters, or I forget what they call them, there's a name for it, but you give these like reposters or whatever they're called, a chunk of change each also, which is usually like a sliver compared to what you paid the giant person. But then that's how they essentially do the programming, I suspect, nowadays. If you really wanted to sell Coca-Cola, you're going to go get Mr. Whoever or so-and-so brothers to do some trick shot or something, and then you're going to have all these reposters go, can you imagine they did this, or what just happened? And and boom, you've got your influencer, you've got your mission accomplished. So even though the times have changed, and even though the tools have changed, if you've got the resources, there's always people paying attention to whatever, how it works, and
100%
facilitating, success, basically.
They also would tell you they can teach it to you for a fee. All you have to do is join that class, and I'll tell you how to manipulate the media too. It was like, yeah, really? How come you're not rich then and you're selling classes?
Well, if you're rich, another way to make money, or one way to supplement it, is to show other people how you got rich. I get it. But I guess the same people are doing reaction videos on reaction videos. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a way to piggyback, right? It's a way to have more success than you would, because people who don't know you from anybody else are going to be interested in maybe another perspective on what their favorite XYZ, had to say about something. Well, and then there's the, hey, did you know that, like, here's a viral thing that's happening. Did you know that they filmed it, on the set of some TV show, or like, hey, did you know that mountain range is, they shouldn't have been filming here. Like, like, you just give them some extra facts about whatever the viral thing. You don't even have to know anything. You could just be, just throwing shit out of left field, and again, piggybacking on that. Kind of depends. There's a lot of people, like you say, sitting on a bus. I don't think about commuting, because I work at home type of thing. And, like Tucson, the commute is an hour when you go somewhere, if it's busy. So, I forget about there's people that a 2-hour commute is probably a thing, right? At least every once in a while. Probably an hour commute isn't even most people shrug off an hour commute, I think. Half an hour sitting on a train or a bus. So think about that, sitting for a half an hour. How many things are you scrolling through in a half an hour?
Oh, crap ton.
Right? Because they're 30 seconds long, probably on average.
Yeah, shoot, let's just go with a minute.
Yeah, seriously. But at the same time, I think that's frustrating because, of all the negatives, I think it is overall, I'm stoked about it in general. The what is it, like the tapestry of the way people are connected. It's very difficult to mess with that, or to exploit it, I guess, or to other than like the carriers themselves doing bad stuff with like the Patriot Act or whatever. Well, that's something I guess we could talk about. Have you seen this new, like they're calling it Patriot Act 2, or I think it's called like the Kids on the Internet or something Act? Maybe probably Kids
Mm-mm.
Safety on the Internet or something Act, where essentially in the guy, well, because there can the legislature, the federal what would it be? I guess the House. I think the Senate can only do stuff for money, right? But I don't know. One of the two houses or one of the two sides of the legislature is putting out a bill. And I don't know how much support it has, but it's been talked about or whatever. So I saw it. And the idea is to require proof of age to go on to social platforms. So essentially,
Mhm.
you know, the platforms would not be anonymous. And they've
Yeah,
tried to do
so
similar things in the past, and not a big fan. I mean, I understand the safety implications, but I like the anonymity of the way the internet is.
the internet needs anonymity, and I don't trust anything the government's coming up with. Sorry, but the first Patriot Act should have told you what they were up to. Oh, this is to prevent. No, well, they use this to attack drug dealers and everything else but terrorists. So, no, don't trust anything. I'll vote no for every damn bill. And you can put children in, puppies, I don't care. No, the answer is no, 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 and no. Don't trust the government. And that was from the people that started and founded the government. So why would you give them these assholes power? When the dude that started it up went, yeah, the reason you have these rights, the reason you can vote, the reason you have the right to us, all that stuff is to keep a check on us and the work we do. It's the whole purpose. This is supposed to be a government by the people, for the people. That doesn't mean they do everything for you. That means you watch over everything they do and you control it. And they are representatives, not leaders. Someone actually posted that when I put the thing with me and Vivek, and someone went, "You better not let them see what you said about politicians." And I'm like, I stand behind every word I say about politicians. They are representatives, and when they stop representing you, you fire them. You hold them accountable,
The
and then they
ones that
must go.
know that too. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like ones that ain't criminals basically understand that.
So if you watch Vivek's video, because he put his whole the entire Q&A that he did, he posted, and he says it multiple times that he's a constitutionalist. So I believe Vivek would agree with me, at least according to what he said. Oh, so now you're a fan of him? More of a fan of him than I was before the weekend started.
And so we have a question from the Facebook side.
Okay, cool.
George is asking, what's your opinion on the Glock Model 22 and 40 caliber?
I think it's great.
Yeah, I carried a Glock 22 for quite a while. My friends all went from 40 to 9, and they worked at gun shops, or they both worked at a gun shop, and they were, I wouldn't call them preppers, but they shot a lot, so they had quite a bit of training ammo essentially, and then a bunch of, I guess you'd call it like, defensive ammo. And when they went into 9 and sold their guns, I didn't care about their guns. I had my own guns, but I bought all their ammo off of them, is why I'm bringing this up. So I'm still living on that ammo. Like I bought all their ammo off of them. It was a lot. So that's why I would say I literally am invested in 40, like, cause it doesn't cost me much to shoot it. Bought it all a long time ago at cheap prices from friends. But, I like the 40. So the 22 for people that are not Glockists, is the regular size, we'll say, like a full size frame. So the full size grip, full size slide. They do make a smaller one. Is that the 27? And then they make they make two smaller ones, right? Or wait, hold on. Am I wrong? The 22 is the largest.
No. 22 is the largest, and there's a 23, which is a smaller one. And
no, the 23 was the 23 not? No, the 23 was probably a 40. I wouldn't have been carrying a 9. So 23 is the 40, and then the 27 40, I think is the tiny
27. One. Yep.
And then there's also the 20 something else, which I have, which is the long slide, which is even cooler. But I did carry the 22 for a long time because it's essentially what a lot of police carry. And so it's a good size or whatever. And when I carried it outside the waistband in like a, man, I can't, Phobos holster. I liked Phobos. They're like a paddle holster. It's kind of injection molded. So I liked them, and it worked great at the shop for outside the waistband. But the thing about a 40, I'll also throw in there is that unlike a 9 or a 45, which I describe it as a push, the 40 and the 357 SIG and high pressure calibers, they twist your wrist when you shoot them. They have more of a twisting recoil, I would describe it, where the 9 and the 45 are a non-high pressure round, and they kind of push. They rock the gun. And a lot of people don't like that it's a different torque on their wrist, and they don't like the 40 because it's twisty or like call it torquey or something. But that's where I'll shut up. I really, really liked it. For me, 40 is an awesome. I don't like the 9 for lots of reasons, and I do like the 45, but I like the capacity that the 40 gives you. So I thought it was a great, I don't know what to call it. Like, I don't think it was a trade-off. I think it was a great compromise or a great like fill in for when you need more than what a 9 can offer, but you don't want to be limited by the capacity of the 45. I thought it was a really cool thing, but I understand that it's gone, that it's basically going to disappear at some point. I'm okay with that.
I mean, it's just going to get there right now. I think competition is keeping it open. Plus the fact that a significant portion of police departments had that, and those guns are still in the surplus market. Plus the civilians that purchased it, or citizens that purchased it. So it's still there. It's just I hope it sticks around mainly because I like the fact that it's cheaper and it's easier to find whenever there's silly panic buying. Because
Oh
you
yeah.
should be able to buy a box. You should, truthfully, if you have a firearm or a set of firearms, this is my opinion, that you're going to use for your home defense, poop hits the fan, Talawaki or whatever they call the end of the world as we know it. You should be buying a box a month, just nothing that breaks you, but skip, getting coffee that week. And buy a box of ammo for the future. Just stock. That's only for stockpiles. It ain't for running drills. It ain't for practicing. It's for your worst case scenario, and just slowly build it up over time. I think way too many people get into this thing and try to do this heavy money dumps into buying stuff, or I'm going to use my tax return to do it. And then by the time tax return comes, something's wrong with your car, and your money goes into that because you got to get it back and forth to work. I'm like, just dribs and drabs it, man. Just set it up on a budget to spend this little amount over the entire year.
That's an awesome advice. I used to like to just buy ammo every time, ammo and magazines every time I went to a gun show, and that worked as a kid when I had pistols, because I'm a fan of you can't have enough magazines. Like, you shouldn't even know how many magazines you have because you've bought so many magazines. I know that's difficult for some people, but again, if you think about it, like every time you go to a gun show, it's going to cost you, let's say, $25 to get in nowadays, maybe more, maybe less. And then you can go in there and find, because magazines and ammo are the kind of things that a person who doesn't want theirs anymore is going to sell them to you for pennies on the dollar, right? A person who's buying the stuff and doesn't have a brick and mortar can sell it to you cheaper than the gun shop can. Now, I don't want to undercut gun shops, but I'm also down for saving money. So if you can go to a gun show and pay $25 to get in, but then buy 3 or 4 magazines and a couple of boxes of ammo, and you save $5 on every one of those, well, you just got in their gun show for free. So you're kind of, that's how I looked at it. Like, if I buy this stuff cheap at a gun show, it's making it worth my while to have paid to come to the gun show. And at the same time, it's one of those kind of like savings in a bank, right? With money, you want to, like you just said, acquire it, let it trickle in. And just instead of trying to spend $300 here and there, spend $30 once a month. And before you know it, you've got plenty of ammo. Especially, you buy 2, shoot 1. That's my other suggestion is buy, or maybe if you're good, if you have a family or something, buy 3, shoot 1. And that way, you're buying 300 rounds, you're only going to shoot 100 before you're buying, and those 200 are gone. Like they're in the savings account. They're gone. But then
And
you've
it's
got
not
gun food. I don't know if we're allowed to
Yep.
talk about places. I'll just say gun food and leave it at that. But
Yep.
I think YouTube has a problem. It's direct linking to anything. But
So just reach out to my boy Patrick Collins and talk to him. He's provided gun food for us, and he's a good dude.
But buying it online is a way to do it. Like I've got the 357 recently, right? Went to the local shop, which has a bunch of stuff. I'm not talking shit about the local shop. It's not my shop or nothing. Bob's not around anymore. But, it's everybody likes this shop and everything. And they got a ton of stuff. It's a pretty decent sized shop. I'd say 500 guns, maybe more, maybe 700 guns. I'm thinking of the rifles and stuff. So a decent sized shop. And then like a pretty decent selection of ammo and supplies and stuff. Definitely a lot of bulk 9 and 223 for people who are taking classes and just shooting a lot. So it's not a small time shop or nothing. I go in and ask for 357 Magnum. They had one kind, and they had like 1 or 2 boxes of it. One kind, Mag Tech or something. And I go, what? Did somebody just come in here and buy you out? He's like, no, we just never buy this stuff. Nobody ever buys it. So, that can happen. Where I go to gun food and I got, I don't know, like 7 or 8 different kinds to play with or whatever. So,
Yep.
Just the difference between somebody that does it exclusively, like warehouse style, versus, trying to have everything you might need in stock.
So I was with Patrick at Train and Learn, and so he put word out. This is how silly people can be. Hey, look, guys, we got training Saturday, and on Sunday you're doing the interviews and you're doing all kinds of other stuff. I'll be leaving Sunday, so please don't come to me Sunday and ask me for ammo. Tell me now, this is Friday. Tell me now so I can pick it up from my warehouse and have it for you Saturday. Because he lives in Atlanta, and Atlanta is an hour and a half away from where Train and Learn is, and his warehouse may not even be in Atlanta, or it's in the other side. Then good luck driving through Atlanta, getting something, and then trying to turn around Atlanta traffic and come back. Tell me how people hit him up Saturday night. Hey, can you bring stuff tomorrow? What the frick did I just tell you? Yeah. So he had that going on and was scrambling trying to get ammo for people, even though he'd given them 2 days. But he got it for him. He didn't get much sleep, but he got it for him. Good guy. And then he left Train and Learn when I did. I went to South Carolina. He drove up to Massachusetts and took place in that large Second Amendment event that was in Massachusetts when all the New England states got together the week after Memorial Day.
You didn't go to that,
there.
so I was.
No.
I know. Well, we all know a couple of people that went to that, or most of the people went to that. I guess really. Still haven't seen anything from that other than selfies and pictures of people together. I asked in a couple of them, was it recorded? Are they going to present this or anything? And so I don't know if it was. I guess it wasn't designed to be like, hey, let's get together and here's our summary for the public. It must have been something more strategic-ish or something. I don't know. Did you hear anything about how that event went or what it was about? I know it was like $250 or something to show up, right? It wasn't inexpensive.
So Holly put that together, right?
Holly Sullivan?
Thank you.
Oh,
Holly Sullivan was one of the people that put that together because they were trying to get everyone together to work with each other to lay out plans to how they're going to handle their strategic.
Okay. That's all I needed to hear, really. Yeah, because I thought it was a stunt by CCKRB, in which I would have been more skeptical. But I'm not skeptical at all with Holly doing it. Okay. then
Yeah.
it probably makes no sense to make it public because they were essentially doing strategy or whatever you'd
The
call like
main
initial strategy sessions type of shit.
Exactly. That was the main purpose. The other thing is, of course, getting together for selfies because it does, if it didn't happen, people, oh, what's that? No,
Yeah.
no, this was a big deal, but it was a big deal in the way that Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt met. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
During
yeah,
like
it
in the
wasn't
Grand
because
Conference.
they're going to create fireworks and have a big birthday cake. It's because they're strategizing, and then the results of it are yet to come.
Yeah, we'll probably see the results over years.
Okay, well then I'm happy, and I'm going to probably then talk to a couple of people and try to bend their ear a little bit or whatever it's called to hear about what happened or what might be coming up, that kind of thing, or how they feel about it. Because I like that. That's the element of the gun rights policy conference that I suspect is always there, but I have no idea, how much or how effective it is year to year because I'm not there, one. And the years I have been there, it was across the board from like seemingly effective to like they thought they did. There was other years where they thought they did a good job and they literally repelled people from ever coming back to the event again. And it's like, how do you explain to someone who's patting themselves on the back about how great they did that they actually did very poorly in the eyes of other people? But
And that's the hard part about getting together with people when you don't beat them over the head with this is the point of this entire thing. If you're not coming to work towards this goal, you're missing out. Um, and that's what we're trying to do with Training Learn. It's like, look, you're going to have to put forth effort. Just showing up in the same room with somebody, saying hello, and listening to a seminar is not the same thing as going there, talking to them, exchanging your information, and actually doing a follow up the next week. Hey, let's push this thing through. Hey, let's come on and have a meeting. Let's schedule it for once a month that we can talk about the things that we're going to lay out and then see how close we came to achieving those goals. And if we can't, let's help each other out. And the whole thing is together to put together to create a mission and that we all go on. And I say it because I'm frustrated because I looked at what happened at both Train and Learn and Ambassador Academy. Understand, Train and Learn 2019 taught me if you go through this thing and you stay in contact with these people and you work together, you can end up doing a lot of different things because if they stay in the community, you're going to be together. Let's do this. Let's make this a better community. But what I've seen is people come to it and they look at it as time off, as just to get together, as just another training class, and then they don't show back up. And one part is, well, good. Those people weren't serious about this in the first place. But the flip side is those people took someone else's place because it's limited. And I think that's a smart move on both Train and Learn and Ambassador Academy. You limit it to a certain number of seats and you keep it small and you keep it manageable because that's what you need to do if you're creating a team of elites, of people that you can send out to train other people. You know what I mean? Like, and that's how I see these academies and Train and Learn, and even the opportunity that came up in Connecticut, or was it Connecticut or Massachusetts, wherever it was.
Hmm.
I know it was four. I know it was a 4-hour drive from my house.
Yeah, it was way up there.
Well, my part is this: I just got back from the 15-hour drive between South Carolina. You know what I mean? It's like Thursday night. I finished the diversity shoot, drove 15 hours to get to Kevin Dixie's Train and Learn. Did that for 2 days, drove another 6 hours to get to my wife in South Carolina. Stayed there for a day or two, and then drove another 14 to get to Jersey. And then went to work. 3 days later, they had the event up there. I'm like, dude, I am not driving 4 more hours to spend a weekend somewhere to drive 4 more hours back. I mean, sooner or later. Oh, and then the week after that was out near Pittsburgh. I had to drive and spend a weekend there. And then the weekend after that was Gun Con. I'm like, I need a break. I just need a break. And that was the break I decided to pull. You know what I mean? Was not going to Connecticut. That's what had to be given up.
I mean, it sounds like you probably, now knowing what it was, it sounds like you would have been good to be there, but at the same time, we didn't know what it was, and we had quite a bit of other stuff going on.
Well, for me to go there again, it was for the New England states.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And their strategy. Yeah.
But still, I don't know why they draw a line. I guess it's the original ones that.
Well, what they wanted to do was because they've never gotten together as New England, because they're all small states, so they have small populations. Second Amendment.
I'm just saying, like, it's not like me showing up and being like, "Yep," but you're like adjacent. You're dealing with the same tyranny essentially. It's
same
just
thing.
They just didn't draw the line around New Jersey whenever they made the New England states. I guess I would have, if you would have asked me, I thought New Jersey was a New England state, but I would have thought Virginia and Connecticut and all that shit was. But I guess Connecticut.
Yeah,
But anyway, I don't.
Well, you're conflating original colonies with New England, but yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Well, what are they calling it?
What's that? What they call Jersey and
well, they called it the New England, whatever, and the states that they included were those the 13 colonies.
The states they included were up there, Connecticut and up, Connecticut to Maine.
Yeah, but it was only like 7 or 8 states. It wasn't even all 13. So because I thought
it's only. No, we're Mid-Atlantic, so it's us. It's Pennsylvania. Okay. Yeah, I think down to Virginia. After Virginia, I think it kicks in. That's the South. Maybe Virginia or South Carolina. I forget which one. I forget where North Carolina is when that line is drawn between the South and the Deep South, or Mid-Atlantic and the South. I guess I could Google machine it, but I don't care that much.
No. So what do you got coming up? Are you at rest for a while? Or are you right back?
No, well, I'm not traveling right now until August, where I'll be flying out to Goals. I'll be speaking there. They told me I got like a 7-minute speech or something like that. So I'm going to prepare talking points. For that, everything else is diversity shoots. We got 2 a month for the rest of the year. So that's what I'm doing now. My whole thing is I went on the AI and asked them to help strategize putting together relaunching of 2A4E with the equipment I have, getting the website updated, going on the different social media platforms and actually coming up with a campaign of consistency with it. So people can see me. And use this Vivek Ramachani thing. I'll just not say his name. His momentum to actually get more and more people to at least see us and maybe donate to the mission. Maybe have me on other shows and podcasts and things like that so people can hear about us. Because that's where it counts, when we become and also launch a charity. So all of that has to happen. So I do need the time down, not to be running around the country.
Yeah. I'd say definitely get you've already got a button there to donate right at the top.
Uh-huh.
But getting whatever.
New dates, stuff. New photos, refresh it a little bit, even though some people will be seeing it for the first time.
Well, I'm saying get the whatever the 501, whatever it is, 501, whatever it is.
Yeah, the charity, yeah.
Yeah, so that they got a place to throw it. So Outcast is saying often the best way to convince someone is to let them come to the conclusion naturally after their own observation. It tries to steer them towards stumbling over the facts without making it obvious. So they think on it later. And that's when, oh man, I can't remember anymore the years. It must have been probably 15 or 16 when did Trump first become the president?
16.
Okay, so it had to be 16 because that's when people first started just hating Trump, right? and gun channels was happening. It was big, it was right in the middle of gun channels being a thing. And that was like a community that we had. And although the community was all over the world, technically, but definitely all over the country, a bunch of us are in Arizona. So there was a anti-gun rally happening at the state capitol. Now it happened to be happening at the same place that we have our yearly Pro 2A rally in February every year, or at least back then. It doesn't happen anymore, but it used to. So the Arizona Citizens Defense League used to have it every year. And in that same park, yeah, you were there. So in that same park, they had 18, well, like at the Pro 2A rally, if on a good year, we might have 4,000 people show up, 2,000 to 4,000 people show up, I'd say. And that would pretty much, be a lot of people and crowd and everything, and a lot of cars, everything. This was 18,000 people showed up for an anti-gun. And we went to it because we were all curious to see, because we didn't know it was going to be 18,000 people. We just knew it was going to be an anti-gun. But since we were all kind of familiar with going to the place, the physical place, because the Capitol, because of our Pro 2A things, I was like, well, I'm going to go. And a bunch of people from Phoenix went, and some other people from Tucson went. And we all stood there. I think we were just standing there with cameras because we could stream and shit. It was only that wasn't that long ago. So we were streaming and everything, live. And people were from around the country were hanging out and just watching it. And then 18,000 people show up, and they start way down the street, kind of do this big horseshoe, almost down to where we went to Five Guys, dude. Like they walked that far down and then came around and then made like a U-turn and came down the street and went right past where the rally is, right? And there was so many people, 18,000 people is so many people that it was like a crowd of people from where the rally was all the way to where Five Guys was. Like that's how long it all spread out. Now, when they converged, they all crammed into the same place that we were in, just way more of them. But when they're spread out, it was that many. It was in other words, it was like 3 or 4 city blocks of people. And they're all carrying anti-Trump signs, every once in a while, anti-gun sign. And that's where I learned, the reason I'm describing this, that's when I learned that they hate Trump. They probably hate guns too, but they were there to hate Trump, and guns were like the reason they were there to hate Trump. But they had like, we hate Trump for this reason and that reason, and signs and shit. And then every once in a while, a gun sign. So this all happened, and we're done. We're like, okay, we're not there to confront anybody. We didn't have nothing. We were just standing there. Maybe we had a sign, but we weren't trying to confront anybody. And nobody really cared what we were doing. We were just standing there observing, basically. And if you remember, we were standing by where there's this big dump truck on the side of a building. So we're standing by this museum of dump trucks or something, or probably mining or something. So the crowd goes by, and I have little but not that much interest. I probably had my dogs with me. Like I had not that much interest to go hang out and watch them yell about Trump or whatever. I saw the event, I saw the scale of it, and I kind of, like I said, could kind of figure out, okay, these people don't like guns, but they definitely are here to hate Trump. And I was kind of made my conclusion and was about to leave. But then we seen a guy who wasn't with us. We had no idea who he was. He was just some guy, but he had this was like popular at the time. He had a cardboard sign that said, "Guns aren't the problem, change my mind," or something like that. And that was like a thing to do on social media back then, was like make some thing and then say, "Change my mind." And then people would come up and talk to you, yell at you probably. And that's what was happening. People were coming up and yelling at this kid. And this kid was like college, maybe high school, probably college though, like a kid. And I don't know if he was necessarily pro-gun as much as, let me ask you if you're willing to question your own, whatever you're here for, your resolution or your resolve or your belief. And yeah, people came up and were basically yelling at him, and we went over to observe, and then just whatever, like, that's where I learned I'm not good at this in real life, because, immediately I'm getting emotional and like not like on the internet. Yeah, let's have a conversation. Yeah, whatever. There's, parry back and forth with points or whatever. But in real life, when somebody's yelling at somebody else and you're like, shut up, leave this kid alone. Like you're not even giving the kid a chance to answer one of your freaking accusations or whatever. You know what I mean? It gets really out of hand really quick. So I was like, okay, this is a whole nother thing. At a rally, one, they're here to hate Trump, and if you say something about a gun in front of them, they're just going to foam at the mouth because they're here to hate Trump. They don't really have, what do you call it, like the facts. They don't have they didn't study, right? They're not here for that. They're just here to hate Trump. So when you ask them, they basically glitch. And I don't know if it's always going to go to violence, but it'll certainly go to like yelling or huff, walking off in a huff. And that's pretty much what it was happening. But I was noticing that those of us who tried to defend the kid, he didn't ask us to. We were just like, kind of like, we're afraid these persons are going to like swing at this kid because they were literally just going off. There must be video of it somewhere. But anyway, I realized that like that's a whole nother level of ability to be able to get into a actual in real time conversation, whatever. I don't know if it's called a conversation at that level, but like interaction with a person who's just super emotional and then whatever, confrontational, I guess. Certainly not useful. There's like nothing to gain there other than maybe views. I don't think it was even entertaining. So anyway, that's where I was like, okay, anything going in that direction is useless. If we haven't won the argument before they showed up at that rally, we're fucked. Because they showed up at the rally, you know what I mean? Like they're already there. Like we're not going to get them at the rally and go, oh wait, don't park because here's the reasoning. Like, no, don't get your sign out and start marching for 2 or 4 miles before you yell and scream for a couple hours, like because here's some reasoning. You know what I mean? Here, let me give you a good argument, and then you'll not be enraged, right? And like walk for 2 miles to get enraged. Like that's not going to happen. That's like asking a raging bull to calm down. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's like getting into an argument with your wife and saying, "Hey, just calm down.
Let me tell you why you're wrong. It's obvious."
Yeah, calm down. Let me tell you why you're wrong, and it's probably your mother's fault. And your sister wouldn't act like this.
And it is obvious, but it takes going and being in that circumstance where I was like, oh, you know what? This is enlightening. This is a pointless effort here. Like the way to do this is to move that Overton window, get to where they're going to hate Trump, but they're not going to show up to hate guns about it because they know somebody that likes guns, and it would be just not consistent. You know what I mean? Like they'll wait for the next thing, for immigration or, economy or some other issue that isn't something that they understand. They know people. And that's one of those things that we have on our side, and we haven't, come on, maybe I'm coming up with something. Do you know a gun owner? Like, you know what I mean? Like how many levels of separation is anyone in the United States from knowing a gun owner? Seriously. Like, can anyone say that they don't know a gun owner? No. Like, I don't think that's possible. They may not realize it in some places, but if they thought about it, then they have to understand that they know gun owners. And that's something that I don't know if we exploit. I don't know if that's the right word, but we certainly don't use that to our advantage. I think that's exploiting, but whatever. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think we, like, who do you hate? Gun owners. How many gun owners do you know? Like, I don't know any gun owners. Are you sure?
I don't know any gun owners. Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
And that's the crazy thing, because when they do find out, their whole worldview of these people will I can't believe they own a gun. Then they must. And I'm like, where do you find this parallel that somehow you can't own a thing and still not fall into every trope about owning that thing? You can own a pickup and not have a farm or a horse. You know what I mean? You can own, a lawnmower and not be one of those guys in the suburbs that runs out and measures the grass and make sure you cut it in a certain pattern. And, you're out there killing crabgrass. And it's like, no, you can just own things and still not have it become your entire personality.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, for a lot of people, it is. It's like some people say it's like a fire extinguisher, but it's also like, I think a lawnmower is a good analogy. You have it, you don't necessarily love it, you don't want it, right? You acknowledge that you need it. Every once in a while, you have to use it, and once in a while, you get praise for using it, but not very often. Like most people just take it for granted, and it's kind of a burden sometimes. And then you got to fix it every once in a while. You don't want to, and then you got to replace it every once in a while. You don't expect to. Yeah, it's really,
you got to go find out.
Like
you got to go find out. Well, where do you get these things fixed? I just had someone who's a firearms owner, a law enforcement officer, Ask me where do I go to get sites put on? I want to put new sites. You're kidding me, right? I didn't say that, but in my
Yeah, but
head, and if you could read my face, it'd be like, wait a minute, we talk about guns all the time, and you don't know you can just go and have them go down to the gun shop? Okay. And I told him where to go. I gave him two different places he could go to. One's a private FFL who is my FFL, and I also gave him a gun shop where I know the people at. And because I know where he lives, the only reason I didn't give him a range that would do the work is because he lives too far away. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I had an opportunity to goof on him, but why? You came to me for information. But like we were saying, yes, most people know somebody owns a gun because what is it? A quarter of the country owns a firearm, if not more. Excuse me, no, nearly slightly less than half of the country owns a firearm.
for a while there, a campaign from the anti-right side was to suggest that gun ownership was mostly hoarders, like of relatively, there was a lot of guns, but relatively few gun owners, because while there was a lot of gun owners, most of them had one or two guns, and then a few of them like had a ton of guns, like had hordes of guns. And you know that to some extent that there is that curve or whatever, but they don't realize that the the scale is different than what they think, right? It's probably more like, I think a lot of people can have 5 to 7 guns before they even get into guns. You can inherit 5 to 7 guns. You can be holding 5 to 7 guns for your brother-in-law or something, and you're technically a gun owner now because they're in your closet.
Yep.
And that's where again people are like, oh, I don't know any gun owners. Well, you don't go to work. Like you don't
Yeah.
know anybody that works at a restaurant or something. Like you don't know anybody that drives a vehicle for a living. Like, come on, you're naive, is what you are.
Yeah. You're naive and you live in a bubble and you don't ask questions and you make assumptions.
I guess it's like a car owner, right? Like there's about the same amount of guns and cars. I think I seen sometime
Yep.
once, and it would be about the same. Like there's like I own a bunch of cars right now. Like I don't always own a bunch of cars. I just happen to own a shit ton of cars right now. I won't always own a ton of cars, but then there's because I can, right? Like they don't cost that much, and I just happen to own them all. I haven't sold a couple yet, but and then like I have a dead one, right? Like I have a car shell, and there's tons of people with big enough yards that have an old dead car, and technically they own a car, I guess technically, but you know what I mean. Like even having a couple of cars, if you've got kids, I mean, how many people? I knew tons of people that had 2 or 3 cars. If you've got more than a kid, more
Mm-hmm.
than one kid, and parents at work, because if you're going to have more than a couple of kids, then you're having 2 parents at work. Yeah, you're having a bunch of cars. So there are people like that, and then there's the people that have one car, right? Like tons of people just have one car, but because there's no way to know, that's like saying, do you know any car owners? Well, I probably know some people in cities that don't own a car, I guess, but almost everybody I know at least owns one car. And then, like I say, every once in a while I'm surprised because somebody owns 2 or 3 cars, or they have like a Corvette in the garage or something.
Now I know I'm being a dork because I live here in Jersey, but what I found, at least here, and I think it's everywhere, people truly believe everyone around them is just like them.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
And it's like, no, no, bro, the people around you aren't just like you. You just made that assumption because you talk to them about the things you speak to every day. And in New Jersey, if you're a gun owner and you're in a working environment, maybe you just don't want to have that conversation with the loudmouth, with the septum piercing and the purple hair. You know what I mean? And the one that has all month had Happy Pride Month freaking flag on their thing, and they change it out every month for whatever that month is. Yeah, that's not the person I want to know that I'm a firearms owner if I just want to go along to get along and be left alone and do my job and not get in really ridiculous conversations. But unfortunately for them, I'm not that kind of person. I'm the openly firearm owner, firearms coach, firearms instructor, Second Amendment advocate, and activist at work. And I like that because I've helped people out that needed it. and needed to get something, they eventually come, because I've been working there nearly approaching 20 years now. So I've had people come up to me that have had situations in their life change where all of a sudden they went from indifferent to firearms ownership to asking me who do they need to see to buy one and to take classes from, because they needed it. And I was glad to be able to be that person. You know what I mean? So those persons are needed too. But you don't have to be if you don't want to be. And that's something I try to stress even in my diversity shoots, that, hey, you don't have to have your picture taken at this event. I don't need to put it on social media. Uh, make sure you don't get anyone's picture without their permission, because you don't know when something will go all over the place because you look really cute shooting that gun and the picture went viral, or it was a really cool gun and whatever reason, if somebody's in the background that doesn't want to be in it, they could lose their job in the state. They might not say you lost your job because you were at a gun range, but you lost your job because you were at a gun range, and it won't be able to be proven.
So that makes gun owners a class of people. And then the recent decision by whichever the one was for the marijuana one was Hamini, or I don't know. So whatever the marijuana one was, said basically one of the things I took away from that one was that firearm ownership can't be determined by some class. You can't just put people in a class and then say they can't own firearms. So I just thought that's interesting that would put firearms owners in a class. That shows, I guess, to illustrate how easy it is to just create this boundary or whatever, and now everybody's in this class of things. Now you all own firearms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I'm
now
always
you're in a
scared of
class.
that, because then they'll say, here's my slippery slope that I'm concerned about, is they'll say, you wouldn't want to own a firearm unless you were somehow violent. So therefore, wanting to buy a firearm puts you in this class of violent persons. Therefore, you can't buy a firearm. You know what I mean? It's like a loop that you can't do nothing about, because it triggers by the fact that you asked them to buy the firearm in the first place. Like, nope, since you asked, you're too violent. You can't ever own one.
Yep. And that's the stupidity you have to deal with. Again, being shoehorned into this bullcrap because some asshole said it. Oh, well, obviously, if you do this, shut up. Just shut up. There's no obvious about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have bowling shoes. Well, obviously, you have bowling shoes. You're overweight, alcoholic. You have one of those, whatever.
Receding hairline, pot belly.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Maybe that shouldn't have been the best example I used. Wait a minute. Outside of the alcoholic thing, but yeah, it's like, yeah, I have bowling shoes because my shop actually used to pay for us to bowl once a week, and they had us in the league. I don't know famous bowlers. I don't, you know what I mean? It's like I'm not into bowling like people would be in the other sports at all. It was an activity I enjoyed with coworkers. And but hey, you own bowling shoes. Only dudes that are really serious about it own bowling shoes. No, I was just trying to find a pair of 14 wides, and you're not going to do that when you rent bowling shoes, bro. So I purchased a pair of bowling shoes and a bowling ball.
I owned a bowling ball, but I worked at a bowling alley, so I'm pretty sure I got it cheap.
But
I wonder if I owned shoes, though. I don't remember if I owned shoes. I probably did.
Yeah. More than likely, if you own the ball, you had to own shoes.
Must have been bowling enough, yeah, that I wouldn't want to be renting one. But at the same time, I'm sure I didn't pay nothing to rent them. And I didn't really ever consider myself a bowler. I just worked there.
Nope.
But I probably got the ball for like next to nothing.
I mean, again, I didn't consider myself a bowler, and I bowled every week. Wouldn't have bowled.
Yeah, it's a thing to do. I mean, especially if you don't mind drinking. Like, I don't like drunks, but I don't mind people drinking. Like, you know what I mean? So as long as you're hanging out with people that are friends, it's a thing to do. And you get a little bit of exercise, a little bit, but you get some exercise. And there's a little bit of technique or skills. In other words, You don't just, it's like pool or something. It's the same way. I think you can get better if you put some effort into it. It's not like one of those things where you're just kind of screwed if you suck at it. You know what I mean? That's why nobody goes around and does gymnastics, you know what I mean, together, because you either are good at that or you ain't. But you can get better at bowling. And I think that's one part of the fun is you can spend however many weeks doing it. And it's not consistent. Like people are going to have better weeks and it's a lot of fun. I get it. Even though, as soon as I wasn't working there, I never bowled again. I don't think I might have bowled
Exactly. It's like, yeah, but I thought you were into this thing. No, I did this thing. There's a difference.
I just finally got rid of my bowling ball not that long ago too. It's like, you know what? I've never even considered. Plus, it's a color I don't even like anymore. I used to like it. Or you know what? I'm thinking now that I'm thinking about it, I probably was one of those things where like somebody bought it and didn't want it or whatever, and then the place was like, "We'll just plug it and you can regel it for you. It's free or something." And I was like, "All right."
Hey, cheaper that way.
Yeah, when you work there, that's kind of stuff that happens. But anyhow, I think that there's something to be said for changing the opinion, whatever we call it, the Overton window, but changing the overall view of firearms. And I don't really think there's going to be much resistance to that because who's the resistance to that? Like Bloomberg would have to pay to be the resistance to that somehow, and he may, Shannon might come up with, or whoever he comes up with, to replace her. Allegedly, she's leaving. I only see her as the figurehead still. But whenever if they come up with something, to parry it, it's still only going to be an effort by a very rich group. It's not going to be a groundswell of people that hate guns or anything. Because again, what we'd be illustrating is that look how many gun owners there are, and that would be the campaign. How many gun owners do you know? ? And then just show interesting people who you might not consider to be a gun owner, and then let that exist, right? So something like that, or some better version of that hits better. Is that so? Here's the question I'm leading up to: is that something that the new NRA could accomplish, or could the new NRA instigate that kind of creativity from some of the other organizations, or am I just being overly optimistic? Or is there another option?
Truthfully, I'll say who knows. The new NRA has opportunities that the old NRA would poop on and throw out of a window. So I'm hoping for the best with what they do, and I look forward to seeing what they do. They're willing to lift hell. They asked me to be on one of the committees to actually do outreach like that. So,
and is that something like a permanent committee that we meet occasionally, or is it like at an event to sit on a panel?
No. That was a committee that meets. That's what that was supposed to be. And I just looked at my schedule and was like, no, you people have meetings. Oh, we're in Florida, Tampa. No, bro, I work. I have 24 events a year that I have to be at because I'm the host. And let's not even count the other things like I just did goals, just Kevin Dixie's train and learn, other things. All those are out the window if I'm going to your events too, to set something up. Maybe one day I will. Maybe in 2027 I may scale back to not do an event every 2 weeks in Jersey. You know what I mean? That's a lot. I'm finding out that after years of doing it, I think we're on year 4 of doing it every 2 weeks. It's much. It's too much. We used to do it every other month, and we were doing it every month, and now we're doing it every 2 weeks. And without ammo sponsors and a bigger crew, it's a lot. So maybe if I scale it back to every month, I'm at a different place. Every month, I'm at a different range. And then I'm doing other things in between. We can do it because I also volunteer with other organizations. This isn't the only thing I do.
Or franchise it. and you just get a Tony cutout that gets shipped to different ranges, and they pull it out from the closet when it's a diversity shoot. Or what if it's like, what was that movie where that's the cutout of Tony, he's waving, but in your one eye, it's a webcam. And now you can stream and have a little speaker there. And you could be like, hey, everybody, and you could be wherever, on a yacht or something. And then hosting that shoot that night.
Hello, angels. Hello, Charlie.
There you go.
Oh, God. Wait a minute.
Yelling
Yeah,
about the
our
pizza.
audience got
Is this
that.
pizza cold? It looks like that pizza's cold.
Yeah. Only our audience is old enough, dude. There's some new kid going, I didn't get the reference.
Yeah, I don't even know what a cutout is. What is a cutout?
What's a cutout? A fathead's poster. Oh, okay, got you. It's a fathead's poster. Okay. But yeah, they Willis Lee asked me that when I ran into him in Florida at Florida Carries event, which was an honor. Let's not get that, make any mistake.
Willis Lee?
Willis Lee, yeah. NRA board member Willis Lee.
Yeah, I had him on. I forget how I met him. I think I must have probably met him at a gun rights policy conference.
Mm-hmm.
And then was like, because this was a long time ago. I'm going to go look just because I'm curious now. But a long time ago on the YouTube, whenever I was still like at a point, because I've done this in spurts, I guess. So at a point when I was interviewing people, I had him on, and WILLIS. I'm trying to type and talk at the same time. It's not easy. So, man, I probably spelled his name wrong, but Lee, that's easy.
No, it's WILLIS Lee.
Oh shit, maybe they took it down. I don't know, here it is. This was 7 years ago. So that makes it
19.
Yeah, 2019. Thanks. Oh, so maybe this was April of 2019. So just before the rally of 19, like earlier that year. So anyway, like I said, at the time I had been interviewing a bunch of people, and April, where the hell would I have met him? A SHOT Show or something? I don't know where I met him.
April was kind of late. Maybe NRA. NRA was in April back then.
I've never gone to NRA like everybody else. I've only gone to NRA like back in 2009 and 10 when it was here in Phoenix. It hasn't been back here forever. But because I don't travel to it, I guess. Anyway, so I forget how I met with the guy to get him on the show, but he was willing to come on the show. And I think he might have been in a position I can't remember anymore, but in 19, was Wayne gone already? Or was that
Nope.
right before Wayne was going to go, and everybody was sort of like, who's going to be next? And I think he was either him or people assumed he would be next, or I don't remember if he was acknowledging that or not. But anyway, I think everyone kind of thought he was one of the people that would be next in line for whatever Wayne was doing. So anyway, like I said, I had him on. It's 186 views, so it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like we got that many views or nothing. But I can remember people having a fit thinking that guy was going to be the next Wayne LaPierre, basically. So then I don't know if he did something to change people's minds, or if he just stuck around and he, by being here and not being Wayne, if he's gotten past that. But I'm assuming that isn't, he's now on the people would consider him a reform NRA.
Yeah, they consider him the reform NRA party.
I guess the way to say it is he was a question mark whenever I had him on. So the feedback I got was like, why would you have this guy on? And I was like, I don't know. I didn't know. You know what I mean? I don't know if I knew there was a question mark or a position to have as far as like the Wayne. I figured everybody was just in the NRA. So anyway, that was when at first I figured out that like, oh, or at least the first I experienced, I guess, kickback or whatever you call it, like weird feedback from people that had opinions, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, so he was at the event. He was talking. He was at Florida Carries event. So that was my first year going. I've spoken to him before. We haven't really had in-depth conversations, and mainly because I was suspicious of him. I mean, their motives. You know what I mean? Because I first got contacted by them in 2016, the NRA, when I first, was getting up and I'd been running for a year diversity shoots. And that's the first time I actually met everyone. I ran into Diana Mueller and told her about my thing that I'd had going on a year, and she told me about hers, the DC project, and what she wanted to do with it. And I met Maj that year, so all that stuff happened in the same year. And then the NRA was like, "Hey, buddy, we'd love to have you." And then others who have gotten that same serenade from the NRA, and then the NRA never ever came through. So I'd already been pre-warned by the time I met Willis. And I'm like, why do they have the Asian guy talking to me? You know what I mean? It's like they have 76 board members, and the one they send me is a person of color. I'm like, why? Everybody else busy? And that was my first, okay, so they got this and they want you to be the new token. Because I'm aware. My whole thing is, I don't want to be used, but we can have a relationship that both of us get something out of it. I don't consider that being used. But you're not just going to take a photo with me and not support us in any way whatsoever, but get to make it look like the NRA board stands behind us. You know what I mean? Like right now, the NRA has reached out to me, Amanda Seffercool, as one of the parts of the reformers of the NRA, and was like, "Hey, we want the truth out there. We want people to actually talk from the NRA floor without any filter. Do you want to be one of the podcasters that do that?" Yes, I do. All right, cool. You're invited. We can't wait to see you. And they invited 20 others, and we, not everyone showed up, but we were able to host shows off the floor and get the vibe without having the NRA control our words. Outside of the guy walking around making sure everything worked, checking in on us and asking us if we did anything, needed anything, nothing. The follow-up emails were, how did we do? What can be done to improve? How many board members did you talk to and how many interviews did you do? That's all the NRA has asked of me in 2 years of being at that event.
I'm curious to how much did the suit that they got you cost?
Now, see, that was the thing. I wanted an expensive suit because I think Wayne was getting $20,000 suits, and I didn't want a $20,000 suits. I wanted $21,000 suits, and that's what they gave me. I told them I was going to do outfit changes per interview, like share.
Nice. Otherwise, people would start to wonder, like, what's up with this guy? We wear the same clothes all day.
Yeah, can you imagine? Yes, sit down. Yes, hi, thanks. Great. All right, guys, great. I'll be right back. Come back, totally different outfit on. And if I'm going to do it, I'm not going to wear a regular outfit and look like a regular human being. I'm coming out in the Afro Man, American flag suit. Just the whole suit, the American flag from top to bottom. Oh, just some shout out. Because otherwise everybody thinks I'm damn. That would have been really funny if I could finish that sentence. The brother that was the the lieutenant governor of North Carolina, Richardson. What was his name?
I thought you were going to Camacho, whatever his name is from the movie.
President Camacho? President Camacho.
You went to real life, though. I don't know the real life one.
Robinson.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Because people don't seem to like him.
Huh?
People don't seem to like him.
Well, it wasn't his origin story that he was just some guy who was frustrated, took the mic at like a town hall type of thing.
Yep.
And said, what was he say? Like, I'm a gun owner. I'm the gun owner or something.
Mark Robinson. He's the one that showed up and said, "We're the silent majority, and we're tired of people trying to speak for us." He was right.
Yeah. So anyway, I think a lot of people faulted him because he's just a regular guy. He wasn't like, oh, he didn't know nothing about the issues because he didn't go to school for being a politician, or he's not a lawyer. He doesn't know the system. And I don't consider that a negative. In fact, I
Yeah.
consider that not a prerequisite, but I certainly don't consider it a negative. I would consider that a positive, if anything, like a positive attribute to a representative. Somebody who almost doesn't want to be there is reluctantly there because they understand that it's necessary every once in a while for somebody to do the work. And because they stood up and kind of got selected, kind of willing. That's the way I didn't study that,
So
but that's how I understood it.
So I was talking to Craig DeLuz. I don't know if you know Craig. He actually ran for office in California.
Sure.
Not,
He does the podcast with Mike pretty much every day. And then on the Saturdays,
coffee with Craig, and So Craig and I were talking at Florida Cali, and one of the politicians there was speaking, talking about, "I'm not a politician. I'm not a politician. That's why I'm running, because I'm not a politician." He kept saying I'm not a politician, but everything he was doing was polished. And Craig finally had enough. And he said, "You know what? I don't think that's a flex." He was like, "Because I'm not a politician, but then you're doing all the politician things means you are a politician. That's what you're doing. That's why you want me to elect you, is to be a politician." He was like, "Only in politics is that somehow seen as a positive." He was like, "You go to the doctor and your doctor goes, 'I'm not really a doctor, but I have like a profound interest in medicine, but I'm not a doctor.' You'd be like, 'Well, get the hell out the room.' And why didn't you tell me this before I pulled off my pants?" So I get it. And that's kind of annoying a little bit, because then they show up and many of them flounder. Mark Robinson became lieutenant governor of a state based on the popularity he got from a speech. You know what I mean? Like,
I'd say that sparked or like instigated it, right? But then that he followed through by being willing to do it, following through. And not everybody would do that. A lot of people will get that viral moment on the mic, and then you never hear from them again. Which is, I'm not faulting anybody, but I'm just saying, like, he went above and beyond by actually doing it. Because it's not like he was like, "Yeah, sure, sign me up." He had to actually do a whole lot of stuff, change his life, basically.
Well, you had to change your life, but it still doesn't mean you were an effective politician.
Oh, no,
any way.
not at all. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you got a new job and you move.
Here's the thing. I don't think of it as like we send heroes. Now that I'm just thinking about it, I don't think we send heroes to go champion or do stuff as much as players in a chess game. So some of them are going to be more capable or more able than others. Some of them are going to last longer. Some of them are going to be, disposable or taken out by forces you can't control. But they're all replaceable to some extent because we're all human and everybody has real life circumstances. So even the best politician can have real life stuff happen to them where they're taken off the playing field, right? So I don't see it as we're sending champions out there as much as we're sending, I don't watch sports, but we're sending players out there to be in this larger arena, I guess. I don't know what sport to equate it to, but some kind of thing where there's essentially teams, or at least there's agendas, and you're sending as constituents. We're attempting to send people out there to affect, a bunch of different things: our local situation, our regional situation, and then our national situation. Hopefully in that order. And since everyone's doing that, it can be a mess, but it's also, I think, like I say, I think it's a good system, I guess is what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very difficult for one person to get in there and like somehow manipulate it or somehow orchestrate too much of it. It's been possible, but it's difficult, and it's less and less easy, I guess. On the other side, maybe it is easy and I'm missing some shit.
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. I just go, hey, dude, being put in that position sometimes almost is like winning a sweepstakes. Seems like a great idea until you realize you're responsible for the taxes on the thing you won. And
Oh,
were you really, ready for that, for that, F450 Platinum Edition with a freaking mobile home attachment or whatever attached to it? It's like, because that's $175,000 prize and you got to come up with taxes for it. It's like, yeah, congratulations, you got in this position. Now are you ready for all the headache, and the
the
what do you call that?
cost of the first oil change.
Yeah, all of it, because that's the hard part. That's the hard part. And I don't want to poop on the guy. I mean, I've met him. I actually interviewed him for almost an hour, if not more. And we had a conversation about damn near everything under the sun. No matter how much I tried to keep it to Second Amendment, he kept
You're
running
talking
on
about Willis Lee again now?
No, I'm talking about Mark Robinson, former
Oh,
lieutenant governor of North Carolina. And I'm like, good Lord.
now is
bro.
that just because he doesn't have much of an agenda? He's just, fulfilling the role, but he's not there to sell something, or is it
Well,
because he
he's there
is
to
trying
sell
to sell
him. Yeah, he's there to sell him because he saw it as an opportunity, just to reach out to a new audience about his run for, next office, because that's what he's working on. And I'm like, bro, I just want to talk about the Second Amendment, your stance on that, and like, where you came from and how you launched your speech, because that's what it was all based on. Like he became known because of the Second Amendment stance. And he gets there and wants to talk about Democrats and liberals and bash them. And I'm like, well, I'm not that dude that you come on my show and just bash liberals. Because guess what? I'm in the state and many other participants in our event and supporters of what we do are liberal, but they're gun owners. And my whole thing is you don't have to vote everything on the liberal ticket or everything on your Democratic ticket, because there are people who are Republicans that believe in the same thing as you do. You know what I mean? And it's just they're stronger on the Second Amendment stance. Like you have to prioritize the things you care about. And maybe talking to someone who's a Republican candidate, and I didn't even do it because of that. I did it. I had him on because he was the dude that spoke out and became famous and became a lieutenant governor,
Yeah.
mostly based on popularity he got about a Second Amendment speech. And this dude just wanted to parrot every Republican talking point, no matter how I tried to guide him. He was just set on this train to talk about everything, bro. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that. And I'm amazed that other reporters, because I'm media, but I'm not a reporter. But I'm like, I control this interview and I'm in charge of the mic, and I will halt him from talking about this stuff because no, you're not taking over this and turning it into a Mark Robinson campaign. This is about the Second Amendment. And I'm like, wait a minute, I was able to control this dude. Why can't these people do it when they have debates? Oh, they might not never come on again. Don't give a shit. Bye. If all of a sudden everybody goes, all right, if you can't control yourself when we're having a debate or when we're giving an interview and you stick the topic and you give these answers that run around the world and back, then I don't want you on the show. They'll stop doing it. Holy crap. Why is my front door open? Oh, okay.
I'm inside the house.
Exactly. Their mistake. I already have headphones on. It's going to get loud. I already got the ear pro on, cuz might not be most effective. I'm going to be better off than you.
I'm not sure did we talk about RVs, but Outcast has been talking about trucks and RVs. But
Oh, cool.
I did see something, I guess, was it Chevy or Ford? I can't remember now. One of the two of them makes a van, like a delivery van, like an Amazon van. So I would call it like a SWAT
Mm-hmm.
van, like that size, like a bread truck. And
Yeah.
but it's an electric, and they make it in two sizes, and the smaller size is still pretty decent. It fits in a parking spot and everything, but it's like the bread box looking thing, so it fills up like it's a little boxy looking thing. So it got a lot of interior, so that it's good for delivery, but it makes a great like little apartment or whatever when you make like a little RV out of it. So
Mm-hmm.
stealth camper, I guess. So this kid
Yeah.
takes. I found this channel on probably Facebook. I think I was just scrolling Facebook and it showed up. But he's he bought one of these vans and they cost $42,000. So they're not the most expensive thing. They're not the cheapest thing, but they're
Mm-hmm.
$42,000 for a brand new van, and it's empty. So he makes like a little apartment in the back. But then the thing I thought is cool about it is you can get 300 miles on it, so you can do some traveling. You know, if you're a kid or whatever, and you got time to do it. But then one of the big things about traveling in a van like that is where you park. Well, this thing has to charge. So you go to the charger, stick it in there, and while you're charging, you're sleeping. And basically, for the price of your charge anyway, you got to charge the thing anyway, your gas basically. You're basically, that's also giving you a place to stay. And I was like, oh, that seems
Yeah.
brilliant. Like, I really like that concept. If you were, just kind of hoboing around or whatever, van life in it, I think that's actually a pretty interesting way to do it. He says it costs about $65 to fill it up, the full 300 miles worth of driving, which is kind of what it costs to
Not
fill up a tank of gas.
$300 if you want less than 10 gallons of gas. You ain't going far, baby. But yeah, I see a
65
lot of
bucks.
van life.
$65.
Oh,
How much
you
is?
said 60?
Yeah,
I don't know.
60.
We're paying almost $4 a gallon here.
Yeah, we're hovering right around $4 right now. So yeah, but still, that's enough to fill half a tank or something. But anyway,
got you.
and I don't know.
Hey, look,
you might have. I have no idea if electric is keeping up. I'm assuming electric comes. Well, no, I don't have no idea where electric comes from. So I don't know if the electric vehicles are noticing a hit in the pumps right now.
I have no idea, but I do have to laugh because I know the electric. They have they have diesel backup. the electric, I guess, pump
do they?
stations or whatever. Yes.
Oh
they have
no, you
diesel.
mean the electric power stations? That makes sense.
Yep. I just find it funny. Yeah, we're gonna save all this power unless something goes wrong, and then we're gonna crank up diesel so we can give you electric power. Oh, you mean like everybody else?
I'm all right with electric because what they're doing is they're offsetting. So what they're doing is they're hopefully creating that power in the times when whatever it's expensive to do it, burden to the other infrastructure. So, but mainly it's the little cars. Like think about a city where there's this delivery shit, too big for a bicycle, but driving around a car is just annoying. So I could definitely see a lot of stuff being replaced by little electric fleets and stuff. So I'm okay with electric, but at the same time, I don't suggest that it's replacing, that it's somehow making the world cooler or whatever the hell the issues are. I understand it's offsetting. It's just moving the electric from here to there, or whatever you want to say, the power from here to there. But there's neat things that we don't explore, like in cities. I don't know why they don't do more of like, anyway, I guess I can get into a whole other thing, but like there's other things that they could do in cities, I think, to create power that because power is pretty free or cheap, they don't bother with. But, because it's easy enough to go buy a bunch of farmland or rent a bunch of farmland and put up a windmill and wipe your hands of it. And everybody in the city thinks that they're done. You know what I mean? Nobody in the city thinks about what they could be doing in those skyscrapers and stuff to be creating power, just in the cities themselves. But so I don't like the shit on electric cars. I like the idea of them, but I don't suggest that we don't need other cars also.
Yeah, see, I have a whole issue with understanding you allowing yourself to be controlled by how far you can go, where you can fill up. I mean, you can't stockpile electricity at home, but you can get gas at home.
See, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like most everywhere, you can start digging a deep hole, like a well, essentially, put a pipes and some kind of a flow of ice water, ammonia, something that'll transfer heat, and then pump that through the floor of the house. And if we all started doing that a long time ago, like none of us would need air conditioners. Every floor would be 70 degrees. That means the room would be 70 degrees. And as long as you insulate the roof and the windows, you're essentially just circulating water. You can do that with a solar power pump. And we just never got into doing that. But how hard would it be to just dig a big hole? In fact, I'm sure they'd come up with some kind of a way to do it with something on the back of a pickup truck where you just drive it in the back of somebody's yard and accomplish it in a few hours. We just never thought about doing that. And same with skyscrapers. They go 3 or 4 stories down. You're telling me that they just never bothered to put a circulatory system through the concrete, that base, what do they call that? Like a temperature block or whatever it's called. Like they could potentially just with some solar panel fluid movement, pump temperature through a skyscraper without any air conditioning. It's cheap enough to wire copper to it, so we just do it that way out of habit, in tradition. That's what the electric companies say it's cool, or whatever the what would it be called, the permit department says is cool. So that's what we do. Nobody thinks outside the box too much for that kind of stuff.
Nah, way too hard to think outside of the box. It really is. That's the way it seems, dude.
Got a thumb up for Bacon Bit. We'll give him a pat on the head. They just got their food goes through I don't know, seasons or something. I try to get them buffalo. Most of the time I can buy them buffalo, but then a couple of months out of the year they don't have it. So I'm assuming there's just not enough buffalo to go around for the whole year or whatever. So I have to switch between lamb and salmon. And I usually default to salmon, but this time they had to eat lamb. So right now, both of them are laying around with fat bellies because you know how it is when I don't know. You got a dog? You don't got a dog, but you've had
Not
dogs?
anymore, no. Yeah.
But whenever you get a fresh bag of dog food, that's when they get the biggest bowl. You know what I mean? Because you're pouring it out of a big bowl, big giant full bag, and you feel like, hey, here you go. We got plenty. You're like, there's endless supplies. You have a full bowl. So they're both sitting here with full bellies, happy.
It's so great, dude. Yeah, I miss it, but with the current lifestyle I have, impossible.
No, I hear that.
Wouldn't be fair to me, the dog, or anybody else.
What about some kind of I was going to say monkey, but I would say one of them sugar gliders, I think they're called. Little tiny things that's somewhere between a squirrel and a monkey.
Oh, I've seen one of those little doll things.
They're little, so they can hang out in your pocket, like they're little.
Yeah, my nephew had one, him and his girl. Oh, I got a sugar. I'm like, what the hell is a sugar monkey? Oh, it's a sugar glider. Whatever. I just love goofing on it and giving them conniptions.
There's a guy that shows up to the gun shows that has 2 of them, I think, and they come out of his pockets every once in a while, and they'll jump on you and jump back to him. But, I would think that's the kind of pet that a lot of people could have who live in that kind of situation where you're always doing stuff, because then they live on you all the time. Every once in a while, you probably could leave them in a vehicle without too much trouble. Depending on where you live, I guess.
No, thank you.
According to the thing, these electric vans are designed for delivery, so they have climate control built into them, and everything runs while they're being charged and stuff. Because if you think about it, if they had to have freezers in there or something to keep meat cold or something, right? Or popsicles frozen, they wouldn't want to turn all that shit off every time they charged. So you can use that to your advantage when you're building the ACs for your apartment in the back.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, they're super neat. Like, if I didn't like cop cars, I would seriously be considering that. It's only 300 miles, but at the same time, and I don't know what the charge time is on them, but I mean, 300 miles, every once in a while, you do have to go more than 300 miles if you're trying to do some kind of road trip or whatever. But I could definitely see dealing with that consideration or whatever, especially when I never thought about it. But if you're parking and charging, I guess sleeping and charging at the same time, then that could work out pretty good. But the other thing is, I don't know if there's, especially in a van, right? Like you just, when you said a diesel in the fleets, I thought you meant in the vehicles there'd be a diesel engine, but there's probably nothing stopping you from doing something like that, like having your own diesel that you bring along with you, not diesel, but a little generator you bring along with you. And even if you're stuck somewhere between chargers, trying to do 400 miles or something, so big deal, you just stop on the side of the road and let your generator charge your vehicle for an hour or two while you take a nap, and then get back on the road and get the rest of the way to a real charger. I'm assuming you can do that. Kind of like
Maybe.
having a spare can of gas or something.
No clue.
Oh, and then that's the other thing. That kid has a scooter in the back that, like, one of them just you stand on it and it has the handlebars. But I've got one of those and it hauls ass. It's a little scary because I'm not young anymore, but it definitely hauls ass, and it can haul my giant ass around. So, and I think it folds up also. So this guy has one that like folds up out the back of his little electric van. I'm like, yeah, that's actually perfect because that thing's electric. It charges off your van charges off the system, and then whenever he wants to leave his van somewhere, he can just book around with that thing. So that is actually, I like the idea of having a little alternate vehicle. However, I also have that little electric bicycle folds up pretty small. Not quite as small as like an airplane bicycle, but pretty darn small. You can fit in the trunk of a car. And for a road trip or something, I really like the idea of having a little accessory, alternate little electric thing to, run out of gas, or something happens to your vehicle, you have a way to get to the next thing without hitchhiking. Do they have hybrid vans? They must, right? The one I was looking at was just because this kid on the internet.
They definitely have hybrid. Yeah.
And that would be
Most
ideal,
definitely.
really, because then you can put some gas in it and just use the charging. Because the thing is, if you can park in the charging, that's what I thought was clever. And I even thought, like, I wonder if I just get some badges that say electric or hybrid vehicle, and then I just get like a magnet thing to stick on the side of the vehicle, and then you just park in an electric thing. I mean, is that illegal to park in an electric thing and just a magnet the thing to the side so it looks like you're charging, and you're really just a gas vehicle sleeping in the night? I don't know if that's illegal or if that's just being a jerk.
You're not plugged in. It's going to take you forever that way. Oh, I'm sorry.
You just have it tied to your bumper or something.
Yeah, just got a fake hole cut out to lock it into.
I would definitely get a magnetic like adapter thingy that just, a little dummy thing somebody 3D prints and put some magnets on so that it accepts the little charger.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Dude, my newest cop car, it doesn't have a gas cap. You ever seen one of these where you just open the little flap on the side of the car? There's just nothing there. It looks like you lost your gas cap. You just stick a gas hose in there. Thought that was interesting. Like, that's a thing now, and I passed emissions. The 15, so it's not like it's that new, but it's new to me.
Yeah, win's a win, bro.
A Prius van? No. But the thing is, this thing that this kid has looks goofy, but it looks like looks like an Amazon van. So I suspect if you type some on the side, like, I forget who else. I seen something in Europe where some guy typed like Super Eats instead of Uber Eats or something like that on the side of his van. And he had sort of like a van that it kind of looks like a delivery van, but it was tiny. So it kind of looked like a van a landscapist would have or something, or even like a locksmith or something. It just looked like a little contractor van, I guess. But anyway, he wrote like Super Eats on the side, and it was driving around Europe, sleeping wherever, like stealth camping. And I thought that was you could probably
stealth
do
camping.
That.
Stealth camping is a thing, but it seems like there's people out there messing it up for everybody. I don't know if it's a bunch of, as they say, Karens screwing it up in the neighborhood that don't want these people here, or whether they really are causing a problem in the neighborhood, like with pollution or pouring a pee bucket out or whatever.
Oh, yeah,
like,
that could
I'm wondering.
be happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, usually you can't get people up in arms over something unless something happens first.
It kind of depends. In my experience over the years, a number of my trips were on the cheap. So I would say not every time, but not every night or anything. But on a trip, there'd probably be a good half dozen or more times when I was sleeping someplace where, not just like a truck stop. I don't count that as stealth camping, like, place that nobody cares if you're there. But a couple of times when I'd be, like I say, maybe 6 or 8 times on a trip that would last like a month. So it wasn't that often. But, every once in a while, there's just nowhere else to go, especially like my gym. That was one of the nice things about having Planet Fitness. There's so many of those locations. You can go park in the parking lots and they never care. So again, I don't even consider that stealth camping. But when there's not a gym around and there is no place for you to like that you're okay to be, that you're literally okay to be, then of all those times over all the years, I'm trying to think. I think I've only had one knock on the side of the van, and that was actually at a gym. It was in the parking lot of my gym, but in Colorado. They just don't play in Denver. They don't want anybody around. They got way too many vagrants, I guess, in Denver. So I got only knocked on the door once, but I was watched the entire time. I was in the entire region. That's why I haven't really spent a lot of time in Denver because there's nowhere to stealth camp there. You literally have to pay. Like the only time I was able to hang out at all is when I knew Honda lived there. The guy I knew lived there, let me park in his driveway essentially. So aside from that, like you have to pay to be somewhere. But I've only been to, like I said, probably the only place I've been to like that. Although I probably could have been in a lot of them and I just happened to be at a hotel or staying at somebody's house. Like I've been in Detroit and I stayed at somebody's house, like Chicago area, stayed in somebody's house. A couple other places, stayed in people's houses in Austin, I think, stayed in somebody's driveway kind of thing. So those places could have been horrible and I just don't know. Woods is asking if there's a time on the charger. I think the kid said something about that, but I'm assuming that unless you're somewhere where there's just a bunch of these electric cars, that almost everywhere I've been, there's like 3 of those electric chargers. There's never just one. So I'm assuming if there's like more than a few, nobody probably even knows or cares that you're on it longer. But I think he did say the other consideration was if you sit on it longer than it takes you to charge, they charge you a sitting fee or something. So he said he had a thing where if he's going to be there for 8 hours, he can set it to trickle and like set it to like $4 over 8 hours. And it'll do that and accept that and not charge him a sitting fee. So he said he could get around it essentially by just telling his vehicle the way that it's going to charge. I guess they're smart or something like that. I didn't pay that much attention. I was skimming the video, but it sounded like he had figured out how to not pay to sit there. But that definitely does sound like a thing. Like they probably don't want people just sitting there, so they charge you if you're sitting there. They're probably, I think that now that I think about it, they're closer to places. So people probably scam on it by like sitting in it and not charging just because they have an electric vehicle or something, because, it's like being in a free handicap spot or something. They can just run in. So they probably figured that out and started charging people so that they don't abuse it. Or trying, what's his name? Elon wants everybody's money. So he just figured out another way to steal everybody's money.
Yeah. It always amazes me that somehow everyone says he's stealing money, but everyone else can make money. Like everybody else can open a business and earn money, but anything he does, he's stealing it. Why? Well, he's already rich enough. Oh, didn't know you could top out, but okay.
We're just saying the long trickle is better. I think that's the whole point is, to like, if you've got like one of those delivery vehicles and it's going to be sitting for a whole shift or something, they probably dial it in so you get the best life out of those batteries. It's actually pretty neat. That's kind of why I would like a brand new electric vehicle. But I would want like whatever Chevy or Ford to be like, hey, you're so amazing on the internet or something that like, here's one for free. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't, that's a lot of money to put out on a vehicle. But we all know there's vehicles you can get for a lot less than that don't have anywhere near the depreciation, because as soon as you buy that thing, it's worth less, right? But it would be neat to see what all they can do.
30 to 40% less, yeah.
Right. And I can't imagine like electric ones can't be better. You know what I mean? Like because they only have a lifespan before you got to get rid of everything.
Yeah, even when my time of looking at trucks, to do my next move, and it's like, yeah, you get one, you'll lose. Like if you're gonna get one, you look for one. They're done depreciating at year 5.
Okay.
At the 5-year mark. Yeah. So you lose the most, the second you drive it off the lot, you've lost 30%. And then it's a scale going down up until year 5.
Have you been
Then after
watching
that,
the current batch? There's only like 18 of them in there.
current batch of what?
Cars over at that auction.
Oh no, I haven't watched those for a minute. Mainly because they hadn't reloaded really.
No, yeah, exactly. There's only the 18 and they haven't been posted.
Yeah. Yeah, they hadn't really reloaded, so I was like, all right, I'll come back later.
I was kind of watching the other day, and so many cars were going so cheap. But I don't know, maybe it's just a time of year. It's past the tax return. Maybe after everybody's spent their tax returns, there's fewer people bidding on them or something.
Something. Because I was like, I mean, look, I'm looking at things that can make sense, right? Because I'm big as hell. And I rented that. I told you about the Sonata that I rented and actually fit in. And that surprised me. So that kind of changes what I think I'm able to fit into, since some of the weight loss. And I'm like, that opens up options for me of things to look at. And they have the cheap Toyota Priuses.
Yeah, those are supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, how much room is in them now that my fat ass can actually fit into a normal human-sized vehicle?
For me, though, the dropping into a car is still killing me. Like, I really like the SUV where you're basically, because I got
Stepping in.
whatever, yeah, you're like just stepping. It's like sitting on a stool. You're like moving your ass over instead of down. Because I don't care about sitting
Okay.
down. It's getting the hell out where, I'm just.
Oh yeah, that's when I'm making all the noises.
Yeah.
Oh, he stealthily got out the car. Yeah, that's not something that's going to be said about me getting out of a vehicle. That's the problem. Because I went to Niles, Ohio, with my friend Ange, and he has not a Sonata but the K5, which is the Kia version of it. And he's like, dude, and I'm like, hey, look, it doesn't really bother me as much as it bothers other people because it was getting in and out of the passenger side. And that's a little harder because you have no steering wheel there to, kick off of. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like, it doesn't really bother me that much. I mean, because I adapt to whatever I'm driving. I mean, maybe it comes from being
happen for sure. Yeah. You're going to get used to it.
And it's like, no, it's because I drove work vans and that's my van and I drive that, but I get into my own personal vehicle, which, in my time of doing it was everything from a Volvo sedan to a Cadillac to a SUV. And then I work and I'm jumping in a dump truck or jumping in a, F-250, F-450, or again, popping out into my personal vehicle, which is a Hyundai Accent. So it's like, no, it's just a conveyance to me. I'm not so in love with this thing that it has to be a thing. It just has to do the mission. Now, right now I have Fiona, which is the Accent, great. But if I could pick up one of the $200 freaking, Priuses that they have, fine, because those suckers go for like $1,000. And I watched one of the guys, and he showed how you can swap the batteries out on them. And you can either get a brand new battery or a reconditioned battery, and I'm talking between what, $4,000 and $3,000, $4,000.
Right, and then you get another lifespan on the vehicle, and most of the junk on them doesn't really wear out, especially if you get it from somewhere like down here where you don't get the rust issues and the salt.
Yeah, so.
But then I was just looking, and they've got like this 1500 Silverado King Cab.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is it up now?
Yeah, there's only 18 up there, but and they go in a week or 2 weeks, I think. So they think they probably took a week off because of the 4th of July or something.
Well, they still have their freaking F-350, the green F-350 crew cab. that's never met the reserve ever. I know that truck at this point. I've looked at that truck so much at this point that I'm almost having buyer's remorse. I wish I hadn't got that, because I've looked into everything about it, right? Like the motor, the reputation, all of it, and then I've done the math, and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't make sense for me to get that particular truck from an auction in Phoenix and get it here, because I think it was in Phoenix.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
When I can probably spend the same amount of money within driving distance of where I live, same day. But it is fun to friggin' at least, what you call it, window shop, I guess you could still call this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing is kind of empty, man. And I definitely don't have any skills when it comes to non-running or stationary.
Then you're definitely, yeah, that's a different situation. So then Woods is bringing up an interesting actual question. I don't know if he's kidding or not, but one of the things at the gun con was that electric, we call it like safety gun, where you got to zap it, biometric, where you zap it with your fingerprints and or your face, and then it uses those to decide if it's able to shoot. One, did you fiddle with it at all, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, my partner went up to him and laid into him about the whole thing and the fuckery that it is, and the fact that in New Jersey, when that comes to market, that firearm will have to be carried by every FFL. They'll have to carry two of them, one that stays on display and one that can be sold.
And then I've heard, when I brought that to a different company that was downstairs at SHOT Show one year, man, this was a few years ago, they suggested that law is no longer a law, that it had been an issue, but it was no longer a thing. So what is the consensus?
They're wrong. They're wrong. It is still the law. It is still there. No, the thing that is no longer the law was that would be the only new gun they could sell in the state. That was the original law.
So it was worse than draconian. And what we're talking about is a situation that happened, I don't even know when this happened, but a long time ago. It seems like maybe even the 90s, right? Like it happened a long time ago
90s.
Where some asshole in New Jersey said, hey, guess what? If they ever make technology that does XYZ science fiction, then we should make it where that's the only guns they can sell in New Jersey. And everybody was like, that sounds like an amazing idea. And then a couple of times people have come up and said like, oh, we got the fingerprint gun. We got the fingerprint gun. Or we got the gun with a ring on it or some shit. Where you have a little magnetic ring. And if you're not wearing the ring, it won't work. And everybody's like, get the fuck out of here. Because as soon as you make that, New Jersey can't own guns again. So you're saying that it they went in and peeled a layer off and said, you just have to have one in a gun shop and one to sell, but otherwise you can still sell other guns once these exist, which is barely any better, but it's tiny. It's a little different.
Yeah, and it's like, again, there's moving that over to the window, right? They hit with the extreme, then they hit you additional. Oh, okay. Well, now you just forced a company, regardless of how small it is. That means your mom and pop FFL too. Let's have two firearms that are sitting there doing nothing, but they just sold a shit ton of them. And now all of a sudden you have to go and buy this garbage gun because there are always the idiots that will believe in having an electronic feature that'll keep them safe so they don't actually have to practice firearm safety.
And that's such a big piece of it that doesn't get said because not everyone understands or agrees, and it's difficult to understand, to get it across. You said it pretty well, but that part of it, is a big part of it. It's not the only part of it, but that's a big part of it. Like, that's like, if I can just buy my way out of safety, let me just buy my way out of responsibility. Let me just buy my way out of potential bad that can happen with danger. Like, it's just so weird. So anyway, you said somebody went over. This is somebody from one of the other podcasts.
No, this is the guy who drove me out.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
he goes over and tells challenges on the concept that when this gets introduced, it's going to have consequences that are beneficial to them financially, but detrimental to others. And what was their?
Oh no, we didn't design it for that. It's gonna, do this and it won't do that thing that you're saying. And we're like, well, yes, it will. There's nothing about what you're doing that won't allow that to happen.
Oops, did we accidentally mandatorily have to sell 2 of these to every single gun shop in New Jersey? Oops.
Exactly.
Ouch.
Right?
Oops. Oopsie.
Oh no, we didn't know, or it's not. It was just such bullshit, and it was like, and Ans was not having it, and it was great because he was just totally disgusted by him, and I don't fault him and f them. Yeah, but Tony, everything doesn't have to go according. And I'm like, and I told them that you guys are acting as if somehow what happens in Jersey won't be passed or attempted to pass in 49 other fucking states. Like you're sitting here, even after watching states go blue after blue, watching assaults on freaking after the Bruin decision, watching state after state still violate that decision, think somehow the stupidity in New Jersey won't happen in your state. It's like, then you're the same kind of people that are surprised by the new fucking plot of Fast and Furious. I'm wondering what's going to happen in this one. Is Vin Diesel going to say family? Are they going to do something ridiculous in Cars? You never know. I guess I got to watch Fast and Furious 19 to find out. Yes, this is what's going to happen, you fucking morons. So this dumb law in Jersey will get passed in other states, and now every FFL will be able to have one of these because it's a compromise. Because your fake Republicans are going to reach across the aisle because it doesn't seem like a problem. What's the big deal? Until they make it mandatory that it's the only gun sold in the state, or when they force everybody to buy one.
Or force manufacturers to include the technology.
Yeah, force manufacturers to include the technology. And it's like, it's not just buy one. It's what if there's other manufacturers of them, and they will be because they've already been out there, and it's just going to take that first one to break the glass. And now your FFL, you go there, and there's your whole plug-in wall that takes fingerprints and other stuff, and then they go, well, why are those, which are much safer, why are you letting those old guns, those boomer guns, be out there when these are much safer? And somehow, these gun owners that believe the whole world is going to end and their 1022 is going to save their whole neighborhood somehow can't put it together that this isn't a good idea. I was on a podcast talking about it, and they were gun reviewers, and they're like, I'd like to get one to test it out. And I'm like, that's great. Give it legitimacy. Well, they're giving it legitimacy because they know people will watch it. They want to have people watch it.
Well, that's the thing is right now it's money. You fucking show that and you're making money. So they know that, but they're about to make way more if all that mandatory stuff clicks in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of those things where, I watched a recent video. I think DJ linked it to me about the Saturday night specials, a while back. I was shooting a gun and it seemed odd to me and I ragged on it. I really ripped into it in a video and I was editing that video and I thought, I don't want to post this. I'm going to look like an asshole being a gun guy ripping on a gun. Like, I want to understand why this gun is so dumb. Like, why it had such redundant safety features. It's the Phoenix 22, like a really extra redundant thing with a like a safety on the slide and on the uh, receiver, and it was like complex and unnecessarily so. And when I started to dig into why, it was because that company is complying with California laws, which were stupid, were really bad laws, and they were complying with them basically to say "f you" to the state after years of abuse. And that got me into research in the Ring of Fire guns, which are they call them Saturday Specials, but they're really not. But the small, inexpensive guns that came out of Los Angeles in the 80s and 90s. And at the time, there was so many things I could research, both in publications and then on the internet. And I did, about a half an hour video and really got into them. And then since then, collected them. And I visited pretty much all the factory locations in California and really been interested in them because of the way that they're interesting guns, but just the way that those guns have interacted with the gun culture and the gun community and the gun industry in the United States. Like, they're just a little facet of it, but since everything's interconnected, it's just been fascinating to explore that, right? And then DJ linked me to this video, and I don't know if it's AI just made up a bunch of shit, which is possible because AI does that, or if AI somehow discovered a bunch of stuff about basically the personal lives and the gossip and the interactions, like the stuff that was alluded to in the forums when I was researching it, was sort of just spelled out in this video. And it has to do with, like, when the daughter left the company and went with the factory manager and they got married. Like, I knew the general story, but this video like had way more details about just the intricacies and some of the gossip and shit. And I was like, I wonder if the AI is making that shit up or what. But I guess what I'm getting at is that there's that element of these guns were just, there's an element of this story where the guns are inexpensive, they're misunderstood, and they're dismissed. They're taken for granted to some extent, but I'd say they're dismissed by the gun community in general. And I'm not scorning them. I don't care what you like what you want. But because they're scorned by so many gun enthusiasts, Gun Test Magazine, which is a big ass newspaper looking thing like Shotgun News used to be, like big ass thing. They did a whole big article. Some snooty guy in Gun Test made an article, and like, these guns are unsafe for the streets and they suck and they're not as good as Smith and Wessons or whatever, they're not as good and they suck and they shouldn't exist. And because this asshole made this article and it's published in a Gun Test magazine, pretty much everybody that I was researching referenced that, because it's an authority in the gun community saying this gun shouldn't be on the streets. And that's where I was like, we need to pay more attention to what the hell we're saying. At the same time, every much bit as much time I spent saying all that, if we give credit to a piece of shit that offers mandatory legislation and financial cost and burden to like every shop in New Jersey just so that a company can profit, then we're dumbasses. You know what I mean? Like, we can't be everybody, we can say anything. We have the First Amendment. We have to be able to say everything we want. Same time, we can't police our own shit. Then we're susceptible to every bad player coming along and taking advantage of us. So I don't know where to draw the line here. But that thing, as soon as I went to SHOT Show a few years ago, I'm pretty sure it's the same gun. If not, it's a very similar one, but I'm pretty sure it's the same one. As soon as I said, okay, I'm interested in it enough to want to shoot it, and then he goes, all you got to do is put your fingerprints in it, and then it'll shoot. I was like, if you don't have an override so that I can shoot the thing without putting my fingerprints in it, I don't know what you're smoking, crack or what, but there's no way I'm putting my fingerprints in your system, period. Like, I'm never doing that. So if you can't make your gun shoot without it, then you haven't shown me shit. You just showed me a gun that don't work. And I walked away. I mean, that might have been my video, something that, less confrontational, but like, hey, thank you, but I'm not putting my fingerprint in your gun. And I don't remember it having facial recognition, but I remember seeing Clover or somebody kind of ending or beginning a video, I think, where he kind of says, now that your fingerprint's in there, these guns will shoot for you or something. And I was like, ugh, that just rubs me. There's something about it. Like, not even the tech. Like, Outcast was saying, like, I think he's worried about a glitch or something. I just don't like the idea of giving my fingerprint to anything, period. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like it. And there's no way I want to get comfortable with having the gun need my fingerprint. It's just stupid. I mean, who's whose Lily life or whatever you say is where your fingerprint looks the same all the time? Like, how often am I got a cut in my fingerprint? I mean, not every week or nothing. I don't work for
Burn.
it. But even without even
Doing.
working, I end up smashing my thumbs and doing shit. Like, my fingerprints don't look the same all the time. And guess what? I wear gloves. Sometimes I got glue and snot all over them. For like, I've worked with spray foam before, and for like a week, you know, you've got like junk on your fingerprint. Like, come on. I don't understand people that think that that's a thing. I mean, I guess I could see it for like a door or like a safe even, but like a quick safe, no.
No.
If it was
No.
like a combo, like you incorporate a thing where like your fingers got to wiggle a certain way, so it's like a combo, maybe, you know, maybe I can understand that if it's like mechanical. But then again, like, what if a piece of sand gets in your mechanism? Like, no, thank you. I don't even like safeties on guns. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't want this crap on here.
Well, the annoying part is you listen to people. Now, this is coming from me as a professional locksmith, and this is what I've done. All right. And the biometric I've tested has been on gun safes. And one of the companies, you know, that has a firearms name associated with the company itself had a biometric safe out. And unlike, I ain't gonna be too bitter, but it was a little annoying that they came to me at my job and told me to put this safe in. And I was like, wait a minute, you're not asking me what safe to use. You're telling me this is the one you want. Yeah. Okay. Well, why do you say it like that? I'm like, you'll find out. I was like, so I picked it up and I installed it. Installed two of them, as a matter of fact, because it was supposed to be for emergency use only in case of an active shooter. So I had to put the fingerprint in because you use your fingerprint. You had to put it in at least 10 times. Oh, it holds 200 fingerprints. Yeah. But you're going to have to use the one for your right index finger for 10 prints, your left index finger for 10 prints. Now,
because then it like uses
prints.
it so it can use like an average, and you don't have to worry about it being exact same placement all the time.
Yeah. So you have to put it in every possible incantation, I guess that's one way, or variation of ways you can place your finger on that in an emergency because there's gunshots going off. And then it has to unlock. So I did it. Put my fingerprint in. All right, now I wanted to make sure it worked on my left hand. So now I took up a fifth of the spots. I invited one of the people who were supposed to have access, and I was like, all right, put it this way. All right, put it this way. All right, put it this way. How many times do I have to do this? About 10. He was like, give me the key. Because it had the key override. He didn't even wait, for everything to prove that this thing won't open every single time. When he realized he had to put his fingerprints in 10 times for one print, he was like, give me the key. He's like, that's what should have been on there in the first place, either a key or a combo. Because even to get into the room, you need a key.
You know the thing better than I do. There's like the kind where they're like little nubs, like they're not really buttons because they're physical, but they're like just nubs, and they'll either be next to each other in a row or whatever, but you have to like physically push them like an old typewriter key. And those are like, there's a name. Simplex, yeah. I like those the best. Not only because they're tougher to hack or whatever, but there's no batteries, and you can change them pretty quick. So if it's like, if the code is 357 and you'd want to change it, you can change it to 358, and you don't need a battery or nothing. You just go in there and whatever you do. But those are fast. I think they're fast and do the work of being quick with without having to have a key, I guess.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, Simplex are decent for what they are. They don't cost a lot of money, and they work.
But then, like I've been using one lately that has buttons, but they're like electric buttons, I guess. It's like a strip, and when you touch them, they feel your finger there, I guess. And because they're not a physical button like a typewriter or something that moves, like a key, I guess, that moves. Well, it's not a key, I guess, because that would be a key. But like, a button that moves, you have to like tap it a few times and then listen for it to beep before you can then go on to the keypad has to come to life, I guess, before it'll start sensing what buttons you're pushing. So if like, the combo is 1, 2, 3, you have to tap like 1, 1, 1 before it goes beep, and then you can go 2, 3. And I wouldn't want that shit in stress at all. You know what I mean? Like having to worry about that seems way too tedious. Plus, if you're not positioned right on it, you're tapping and it's 2 instead of 1 or something. So now you're typing 2, 3, 4 instead of 1, 2, 3 because there's nothing to index your fingers off.
Yeah, exactly. Like the old Ford truck lock on the side of the panel, on beside the A column or B column, excuse me, where you punch in the numbers on the side.
Oh, it was like that? Didn't have any way to index?
They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it was also, I think it was 1 through 10, 1 and 2 on 2 numbers per button. I don't know. It was some weird crap. I never used it.
Yeah, it's like nice to have it as a bypass, but usually the key is the way to go. Because you can always stage a key and then just twist it if you need to. If it's like, depending on what's going on, who you're trying to, if it's just a little baby or something, you know what I mean? Like you can have something kind of ready to go, still be locked up.
Yeah.
A little bit different with a teenager.
Yeah, your gun shouldn't be lying around on the countertop, allowing anybody to get to it anyway. It still should be somewhere where it's safe. That's what I said about this particular firearm, the way they had it set up, for the active shooter thing. I'm like, it's in an office that requires you to go to another office that's manned 24 hours a day to get the key out, have them hand you the key so you can go back to the office, open it up, go inside, and get the thing. How much more security do you need? I want to lock up with a fingerprint. All right, but what happens when you retire in like 3 to 5 years? Because that's the people who are at that level, that's how quickly they retire. Whatever, dude. Hey, I got paid the same no matter what.
Well, I certainly wasn't impressed to see that they're at the event. I don't agree with the 100%, whatever. Anyway, so it's here nor there. But whatever, they were invited, they went, and then they got such a big reception. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather. And what's frustrating is there's, you remember the ounce, that 10-shot 22, that the bullets are horizontal up above and they kind of fall down into the chamber, and it's almost like a squeeze type of situation. It's not a conventional gun at all. And I remember when that one came out, I'd have to think of what year it was, maybe 21 or something, or I guess 22. But whatever, whenever that one first came out, I talked to the inventor and I just thought it was an interesting concept. I'm pretty sure he knew somebody that had been assaulted, and because they weren't a gun person, he was trying to make something less intimidating but still capable, as a get off of me type of a situation, or something that somebody could have that they didn't need to be some kind of a gun person to have. And again, I'd rather somebody go explore all the different opportunities that are out there for new people who are concerned, because there isn't just like a way to be a defensive gun owner. Like there's so many options now. It's just like any sports or any music or anything really. Like there's a lot of different variations, so you can find the style that you like. But if you are insistent that you'd like to have something, but something about a gun doesn't work for you, then I like the idea that there's other options out there. Now, if you get me started on old people and like arthritis and dexterity and hand strength and that kind of stuff, or just maybe mobility. So now, even if they've got all the hand strength that they could want and still have some dexterity, because of some other mobility issue, they're vulnerable. The NFA is horrible to those folks because it prohibits innovation in non-standard things to get people off of them. And I don't care what that is. Ideally, be some kind of like Tony Stark, Iron Man shit that the old person could just exist and, some kind of robot would repel bad guys from them. But until that happens, having a non-conventional firearm, something like what you would see in the old days for like a poker player, something that would come out on the poker table out of nowhere. But that's really what an old person needs, just something that they could have like as a keychain or a part of their cane or walker or something, and they can just pull a part off and say, get off of me, right? or I'm capable, get the fuck away from me, or whatever they want to say. But anyway, I really thought that ounce gun was interesting. I just got myself an Altor. I don't know if I told you, I got an Altor. So same thing. I met that guy, and I thought that was one of the coolest things ever. But because it was different, literally people who were given the gun for free talk shit about it, and that guy's out of business within a year, I think. And it just drives me nuts that as a community, we'll take things that are innovative and interesting and just drive them out because we don't get them, or we think it's a funny meme, or we just don't give a shit. And then something like this comes along, a fucking thing that can literally have negative consequences, not just for the people who directly are in the line of sight to that bullshit, but like you say, that just causes a new strategy for the antis. You think Bloomberg isn't going to go, hot damn, that worked in New Jersey finally? Let's never use it. Let's put that on the shelf.
Yeah.
You know, like, what the fuck?
Well,
So
that strategy
it
worked.
just drives me nuts that we let shit die, or we watch shit die, or we meme shit out of existence that's literally just trying to be an alternative for assault victims. And then when something comes along to mask, you know, wolf in sheep's clothing, like, oh yeah, I'm here for assault victims, only we're going to make a fucking fortune. And every other fucking crooked politician who figures out this scam and grabs it, you know, takes this little schema to other states is going to make fucking a fortune. You know what I mean? Like, let's chat that thing up, because literally you can make a fortune talking about it. Like, I'm on the fence, because if I asked for one, I'd make literally a lot of money. Like, I'm not even going to be embarrassed to tell you how much money I'd make on that gun if I got one in my hands. But
yeah,
and I'm going to post my videos from SHOT Show now that I know how much money is to be made. But I'm going to feel bad about getting that money if I get some.
Hey, look, go make your money, because that's the, nice. That's the annoying part, bro. When I'm like, you're giving this all this love. Oh no, we're just talking about it. You're giving it attention, bro. And for these companies, attention is love. They need that. They need to get it out there, because there's that not inconsiderable percentage of people that either like the tech or love the idea, or, like I said before, they're just not gun people at all. They want to put a minimum amount of effort into being safe with a firearm, and they think they can purchase that safety through a gadget.
Yeah, that's your 2A versus gun, right? Like the person that's like, yeah, the gun, I need it because that's going to keep me safe, but it's super dangerous and I'm scared. So I'll get a safe gun, and therefore I'm safe, and I'm safe double because it's a safe gun, and I'm done. Now I'm moving on to, I don't know, the remote control boat I'm about to buy, or the new guitar, or whatever it is. Piccolo, maybe there's playing piccolos. I don't know.
A piccolo player, yeah. Everybody knows the piccolo player is a mother effer. And if you don't remember that Robin Harris skit, F you, because that was comedy gold. So yeah, it's annoying as an activist and advocate to watch things come, and the people who you're trying to protect, which are firearms owners, not give a damn. And you're like, this is 1 + 1 + 1 = 3, and you guys are stumped at 1 + 1 = 2. And there's not
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna chalk it more up to, this is the left, right, left, or something. Like, this is the 1-2 punch, and you're getting punched without realizing there's the 2 coming. And I'm going to attribute that to, we don't have a long-term, we don't encourage people to stick around. We're like, hey, you bought your gun? Get the hell out of here unless you're buying another gun, right? Like, why are you in my store unless you're buying another gun? I mean, I know gun shops aren't like that, but, you know, basically we're more like a purchase type of situation lately. I don't want to say forever, but because there's a lot of people that come and go, the culture exists and it's welcoming, but it's not nourishing. Like, unless you get into like a niche, which is perfectly acceptable, like sports shooting or competition or training or something, right? Like, you can find places to hang out and be in the gun culture for a long time. I'm just saying, like, as a general rule, there's not like, hey, we're all gun owners, and because of that, like, we get together on Thursdays and improve the community, or, you know what I mean? Like, there's no just big overall thing that we do as gun owners, which I'm not saying there's ever been one, and there should be one, but, you know, it's not like we have something that we've lost. But because that, we're just all individuals and we're, I don't know, susceptible to people coming and going. And because of that, people haven't been around the block enough times to realize this is a 1-2 punch. I guess that's a long way of saying, like, we just have a new crew, right? Like, people come and go. And the people that are hanging around, you kind of have to get hit a few times before you figure out it's a 1-2 punch. Because otherwise it just feels like you get punched a bunch of times. Like, hey, if we go over there, we get punched. You go over there enough times, you figure out, oh, they're punching us with a 1-2 punch. And then once you decide to walk over there, you figure out how to dodge it. You know what I mean? But it takes a while before you even want to do any of that. And we can't expect the new people to be like, hey, dodge that shit. You're about to get 1-2 punched, you know? So I think that's, they're playing on it. They know that. And that's why they keep pushing this thing every 3 years or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they'd be doing it every year, except they know that they get kickback and not enough positive. So they're probing, you know, they're poking it every few years. So I don't want to be crotchety. I don't want to be that guy from gun tests, but I also don't want to let the wolf in sheep's clothing come in and eat a bunch of sheeps.
Yeah. Hey, guy, this is just a new thing. I don't know why you're making such a big deal of it. Because I've seen the new thing 17 times and never.
Yeah, because it's not
because,
new. That's one thing. It's not new.
Well, how's this? If my name was Wiley Coyote, I wouldn't be buying Acme products. And I turn around at GunCon and there's Acme with a booth. And I'm trying to warn people off that these Acme products don't work right. How do you know? Because I've never caught the Roadrunner using one, bro. Acme sucks. And that's what we're trying to do as people who live in this state. And you try to tell people what's going to happen. And you either have California that goes, yeah, we know, and New York State that goes, yeah, we know. It's like all the states that constantly catch these 1-2 punches. Yeah, they know to stick and move. They got to keep their head moving, stay on their toes. The other states have only been in fights in the cafeteria where they end up pushing each other and rolling around on the floor.
Oh, you know what? That's interesting because I'm thinking of it like, you know, because I've been doing this and I see people come and go, I'm thinking of it as like not generational, but like whatever, you know, some sort of time on the clock and then people move on. You know, they either catch an interest here or they don't. But what you're saying makes a lot of sense too. Like it's not just the one. You can see waves coming from more than one source. That's a good way to say it.
Yeah. This has been done before. It's going on. And some of us have seen it and been in the fight and go, yeah, this is not good. And sadly, many of the gun writers and you know, the guys who review stuff aren't from states like mine. So when it comes to seeing the deeper thing, they don't because they have really no reference other than guys like me telling them this is what's happening. Well, they don't live it. It's abstract to them that you need permission. You need a firearms ID card to just walk in and touch a gun at a gun store. That's weird to them, and they can't put that together.
So New Jersey is one of the states where if I walked in and said, "Can I check out that Colt?" they would go, "Where's your New Jersey permit to look at it?" Essentially, and then if I didn't produce it, I wouldn't be able to look at it.
Nope, wouldn't be able to look at it at all.
That's interesting.
Not even going to hand it to you.
There's also states, because of the way that the states are different, and I don't complain. I mean, I don't like this, but I'm also okay with states being different. I don't like the idea that the government tells all the states what to do or anything. But there's other states where if I came in from Arizona, I think it's Illinois, and I went to Illinois and said, "Can I look at this clock or whatever?" They'd be like, "Yeah, here." But if an Illinois person walks in there, they have to have an FOID. And that's got to be even more annoying for people like that. Yeah. You know, where you can be standing there, legal resident, good to go, but because you left your FOID at home, you can't look at the clock. I can just walk in from out of state and look at it. So that the laws are inconsistent and make no sense, and that's why we know that they don't really, or that it's very difficult to prove that they do anything when for different versions of them exist, and there's still similar consequences no matter what version of them exists. So we were talking Ring of Fire, and I was talking about that article, the DJ, or I can't remember now if it was an article. I think I read it. It was an article that DJ sent me to. Or maybe it was a video. But anyway, maybe it was a video. But either way, I was going through it, and they referenced a movie from the 90s that Forrest Whitaker made. It's called Strapped. And it's a little campy, or like, you know what I mean, like aged, because you could tell that they made it like on a budget of whatever they had. I'm sure Forrest Whitaker was already known, but you know what I mean, he wasn't Star Wars money or nothing. So it was a movie about a kid who's growing up in, I think, Chicago, in like the they call public housing, right? Like high-rise public housing type of thing. And some kid, I don't want to admit I'm spoiling it, but some little kid shoots another kid because they're little and they're fighting, and the kid doesn't realize, and he kills the other kid. So the older kid, who's kind of the star of the movie, comes down the stairs, sees what's going on. He's friends with the little kid, so he takes the gun, and the little kid goes off to live his life. And basically, it's just an unsolved murder in the projects or whatever. So then it's about the kid who's the star of the movie, who's an actor. I don't know his name, but he's been in a million movies now, but this was when he was young, right? Like in the old days. So that kid's having a young family, and his stupid friend's an idiot, and they get into selling guns, essentially. Instead of drugs, they're selling guns. And there's a couple of scenes where the different people supplying them with guns are like same kind of thing we were talking about earlier. Like, oh, you want the real stuff? Let me move this blanket out of the way and show you the Uzi. So it was that kind of stuff, like coming out of the back of a trunk. Or the one was like in a restaurant. He like has a couple of paper plates that he uncovers, and that's the 25 autos. And he's like, no, I need more than that. So he opens up the refrigerator, and that's where the Tech Nines are. So anyway, it's a neat movie because it's sort of like I say, I don't know if it's campy or if it's just, it's trying to teach the lesson, and it's a little, simple or campy. Like I said, I don't know if it's intentionally trying to be like that, or if it's just the budget or whatever. And these people are all kind of new actors, because now you everybody who's in it is like a famous actor pretty much now. But this one, they're all brand new. So it could just be that they were all learning acting back then or whatever. But anyway, it's sort of an interesting movie just to watch in that respect. But then, and it's mostly drama. I don't want to make it seem like it's a gun movie or nothing, but it's like I say, kind of interesting to watch this because I've never seen the movie before, and it's long. It's like, I think it's over 2 hours, or maybe it's 2 hours. But anyway, there's enough guns in it that it was also interesting for the guns. And there's a couple of scenes where the one gun dealer is doing out of the back of a car, and the other guy is, like I say, out of a restaurant. The guy who's out of the back of a car, I think, man, I can't remember now. Anyway, one of the two gun dealers has like a big pile of them, and it's like a bunch of Jennings and Lorsons. So as far as like seeing cool Ring of Fire guns in a movie, it's pretty neat. I got to go back and do some screen grabs, even though they're like screen grabs off of a VHS probably that was recorded off a cable, and I'm pulling a digital copy off of all of that. It'll be fuzzy, but you can definitely tell there's the Jennings little pirate guy and stuff. I mean, they just went to the store and bought cheap guns, which would, it's just neat because you hardly ever see those guns in movies. They just don't bother. They're always cooler guns in movies.
Well, that was one of the cool. I was like, wait a minute. You mean an armory had Lorsons and Jennings? And yeah, because they went out and purchased cheap guns for it, and I'm sure they took all the firing pins out. But I just
probably
like,
right, because I'm guessing it wasn't a Hollywood thing. It seemed like it was made in Chicago or wherever, it was on location type of thing. So yeah, they probably just went to the store and bought whatever was available.
I mean,
if it was Spike Lee, they probably would have just bought them off the streets or something. I don't know if Forrest Whitaker would be buying them off the streets. But.
Could have back then. There's some guy talking about how he sold Forrest Whitaker a gun in real life.
Oh, really?
Before he was, no, I'm just saying. Before he was famous. Before he was famous, I remember selling it to him. I remember that cross-eyed dude coming in. He bought a Lorson.
Well, okay, so I'm sitting here. What was I doing? I was looking at something that I had an old graphic on. And the old graphic was something for gun websites, and it says one motion picture and this and that and everything. And I'm like, what the hell motion picture were we in? Because I forgot about it. And then I remembered because it's been on my mind. I'm like, why did I put that we were in a motion picture? Like the closest thing to anything was we were on Modern Marvels one time. But then I remembered we were in or I have been in a movie. I don't think I got credit ever, but a friend of mine was approached when they were filming a movie here in Tucson. Well, do you know who Mike Deddy is? The writer?
No.
He's a gun writer, and he wrote the book Operation Wide Receiver, which turned into Fast and Furious up in Phoenix. So the whole gun running thing where the ATF let guns go to Phoenix, that started with a guy named Mike Deddy, who was a gun writer, but he's also an FFL, and he's down in Tucson here.
Yeah.
So if you've got if you go to a gun show and there's like a lot of times there's like a big ammo guy. Sometimes there's a guy with a whole bunch of magazines. And often, at least in Arizona, there's often a table or two where somebody's just selling the shit out of ARs. And whatever the ARs that are popular at the time, like they've got 10 of them. And they're always undercutting the gun shops because they don't have brick and mortars. And that's sort of what Mike Deddy would do. So he had like DPMS and whatever was popular at the time. And then he would have receivers because for a long time there, after stupid, whatever it was called, the assault weapons ban ended, we started to build ARs. We didn't just depend on what the factory gave us, right? So people would buy a receiver and then build up an AR around it like they do today. It's just that's when it started, right? So Mike had all these receivers and some kid came up to him and said, like, let me buy 4, which is probably no big deal. But then he came back and said, like, let me buy everything you got. And that's when he was like, what's up with this? And then I think that's when he went to the ATF and said, hey, some kid just, the kid who bought these 12 receivers or whatever is like 16 or 18 or some shit. So, that's just the conversation you're going to have with your ATF guy when they're auditing you and whatever. And it sounds like it started like that. Like, hey, what's up? I don't think they said, what's up with this? I think Mike did come to them and say, hey, just giving you a heads up, like a very young kid bought a lot of receivers. And then that's sort of what the ATF is for. Then they go see if there's anything going on there. When they figured out that he was selling them to the cartels, they went back to Mike and said, just sell him anything he wants whenever he wants it. And I don't remember if they said to tell him or what. Go read the book. He tells all about it. It's been a while since I read the book. But because he wrote that book, and Mike was the guy that kind of started that whole situation, or the whole situation started around Mike, I guess. And the whole really thing became an issue because they treated him as they call it? They call it a confidential, CI, something informant, confidential informant. And usually confidential informants are criminals, like somebody who's trying to get out of a drug buy, so they're narking on their supplier or something. So because they treat confidential informants poorly, usually, I think what happened is he was treated poorly, like not intentionally so much as just like because the system doesn't know that every once in a while a confidential informant shouldn't be treated poorly. And so he started to get wailed on quite a bit by the ATF and as if he was a criminal when he was just trying to help out or whatever. Anyway, that's what the book is all about. And there was a movie made. What's the name of the movie? Somebody will remember. But there was a movie made. And remember there was a show called Wings back in the olden days? One of the actors from Wings was in this movie. So they came to Tucson and they filmed it in this in a high school that's abandoned, like an abandoned high school cafeteria. And they set up a gun show because a scene in the movie is the kid going to a gun show and buying guns at a gun show. And then the ATF agent getting alerted by the guy who's supposed to be like Mike Deddy, right? So that little interaction is in the movie. So they had Mike there and he's hanging out. And because they had a couple of scenes in gun shops, they contacted Bob, the guy at the gun shop I used to hang out at all the time. And they filmed part of the movie in Bob's shop. And then they asked Bob, since he ran gun shows and stuff, he's like, hey, can you make a fake gun show for us? And he's like, hell yeah. So he invited me. I got paid to be like a table at a fake gun show. And there's a couple of scenes where they show AKs and stuff. So like my AKs are in this movie, in the scene where he's like briefly, like right in a scene where this kid's buying ARs, but he's, they're like trying to show what a gun show is like in the movie. And anyway, they make the movie. And then the guy from Wings, something happens and he's not in the movie anymore. So then, have you seen Pulp Fiction? The guy in Pulp Fiction who's with the girl in the restaurant and they like ask the guy for his wallet and they stand on the table and shit. Whoever that actor is, he's the actor in it now. So that's
Nice.
who ended up being the actor. So they refilm it, and they, it's like months later they have to refilm it. So this first time I got paid, and I think it was like $400 to like show up and put up a table of shit. And we were all like, hell yeah, this is awesome. Like on a Wednesday, we just show up and set up our tables that we would have brought to the gun show anyway. And then, we're hanging out with each other. Everybody knew each other. We're all friends with each other. So it's just amazing. And we all got fed and everything. We all got paid, I think, like $400 for a table or something. Some guys were out like more than one table. So the second time they film it, Bob is like, hey, you want 2 tables this time? I'm like, hell yeah. Because I was super broke at the time too. This was awesome. They got like $800. And I can't remember, but let's say it was $800 or something. So anyway, super fun. So we got to film the thing twice. And, so you do it the first time and you're like, wow, this is neat. This is what it's like to be an extra in a movie and all this kind of shit. And this is what it's like to set up and get paid. But then the second time, everybody's like, oh, we know what's going on. So we did it even better. It was like even funner. So anyway, I forgot about that. And that was so neat to like see that and then have that like, anyway, when you're old, you'll experience this if you're young. But, completely forget about like that whole experience. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. We're in a movie technically. So me and Mike Deddy, just to finish the story, they would like, if you've ever seen like a movie being filmed, like they have all these people that are literally extras and they're there and I forget what they get paid, right, to be extras. And because it's a walking around a gun show, they want everyone to look random. So they tell like everyone where to walk. So it looks random. So like everybody's got this like path, yeah, that they're like supposed to walk every time they say cut or action, right? And then they say cut and everybody goes back to where they started. And they're doing this over and over and over as they're moving the cameras and like, just getting different takes of the actual actors. And we figured this all out the first time. So the second time, me and Mike Deddy, neither one of us were in it. Neither of us were like one of the people on a path or anything, like getting credited or anything, whatever it's called. So we're just fucking walking around. So like me and him are in it like 4 times. And it's neat because it's inconsistent, right? Because we can't be in all of them. Like we're walking to the left and then here we are to the right because we're not, choreographed like everybody else. So yeah, we were like the chaos. We thought it was funny as shit, but we're sure that like the directors hated us because as soon as they figured out that like we're the wild cards walking around, because everybody else is, coordinated and whatever. Like anyway, so that's our little, and that's the one that they actually got on the video. So I think when I watch the movie, you can definitely see Mike, right? And you see like my shoulder, or you see like my leg or something because I'm standing right next to him. But they did, you can tell they were pissed because they definitely edited out anything where we were walking around because I'm sure we were like, inconsistent enough that like, why are these 2 fuckers walking this way? And then they're walking, it's probably distracting, in other words, to people watching the movie.
It's the continuity guys having a freaking heart attack.
That's the word. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, wait a minute, this mother effer just walked past himself. Because they'll see you walking away in one scene and coming straight at him in the next, like cut. It's like, we just looked over this guy's shoulder.
Run away and then run over here.
It's like, you can see over the guy's shoulder. Yeah, you see me walk past. They show the other guy's face. They show the first guy again, and you see me walk past in the opposite direction in like the blink of an eye.
Scooby-Doo house or some shit. And then they were doing like a thing where, if you don't know, nobody ever really brings Nazi shit to a gun. Like that's always in movies, but it's not really a thing. In fact, some gun shows like prohibit it, but most of the time there's no need because nobody brings that shit. And if they do bring anything, it's usually an actual gun from World War II that has some Nazi markings and that makes it more expensive or something. But this guy next to me had a bunch of pictures. So like imagine some guy's Foot Locker or something from World War II. So it had some Nazi like what are they called, ribbons and like the little medals and shit that you would have, pull off a uniform or something. And then some pictures of the guy who probably had, pulled the medals, because these guys I think all pulled medals off of guys whenever they were fighting or whatever. But pictures of them standing on rubble and shit. And that was about the closest thing. There might have been a knife or something, or maybe like an armband or something like that. But there was like very little Nazi crap, and because nobody brought that shit, because just nobody brings that shit anyway. But because it was the only thing there, the director, of course, it's like, we're going to bring the camera down. And because they didn't just want to like focus on it, they wanted to like be panning from one table across all this Nazi shit. wasn't that much, but the Nazi shit that was there. I watched what they were doing, and I put a bunch of Every Second Matters stuff there, and then some gun channel shit there, so that stuff got
Nice.
panned in. But then the way they edited, I think you can see the Every Second Matters for like a brief moment, because they just didn't need to have like 40 seconds of like panning over my table. But anyway, so that's my table in the second one. And then I'm pretty sure you can see, they didn't actually pan in on them, but you can see I brought like, I think at the time I was probably at the extent of how many AKs I owned. So I had like a big table of different AKs, and I think you can kind of see it. They probably dug that. It was like different to the ARs, because I was like right behind where they were actually filming everything. So you can kind of see my AKs behind the ARs in it. But because they're like an aisle over, they're blurry in the distance and shit. And then it's a friend of mine standing behind the table. But he got paid to stand behind the table. I got paid to just bring up a bunch of my stuff. And then what happens, because we're all people from gun shows anyway, like we were all doing gun show stuff, except that, you know what I mean? It wasn't really a gun show. We were just all like, hey, remember that time I was looking at that dagger or whatever? Like, what do you want for that? So we were still buying and selling shit. And I imagine some of the people there probably bought shit too, because it was just a bunch of, t-shirts and crap that's at gun shows, pocket knives and flashlights and shit. Anyway, so that brought back a bunch of memories. I figured I'd bring that up at some point. Something about that triggered it.
Why the frick not, dude? Most people don't have that. It's always funny to me when my wife talks about it. She's like, dude, you have done the most random, weirdest, like, how even have that in a conversation? It's like, well, if you do stuff, you do stuff.
Well, you're on IMDb, right? Pretty sure.
I don't know, because I'm actually had a speaking role in the movie, but I don't know if it's on IMDb.
Well, I'm thinking from Matt Mallory and them. Everybody's been on their show they put on there.
Yeah. I've been on their show a couple times. Psychos. I like those guys.
Here we go. Tony Simon, Meet the Pressers, 2020 to 2023.
Yeah.
I clicked on the wrong thing. I clicked on them. So
I need to be able to put the actual movies I was in on there.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You should probably figure out once you're in there how to edit it, because you don't got your picture in there.
Yeah.
It's got you on Meet the Pressers, 2 episodes of Meet the Pressers.
Only
so
2?
ask Matt, or ask him how to let him edit. You probably got to pay him to edit. I bet you it's like Twitter. We're like, oh yeah, no problem. Just pay us $35.
Whatever. Truthfully, why not? I'm on IMDb. Heck with it.
Oh, I would. It's a big enough thing. It's been around for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, so here's I got a picture of it. I was about to post it on X. Oops, I think I might have accidentally just did. With no reference, I think I might have just posted it. I was looking at it. The stupid pistol from GunCon that we were talking about.
Oh, the biokinetic one?
Yeah. Yeah, so if you're watching and you just see this random picture pop up with no explanation, that's what just happened. Because I was trying to see if it had anything written on it. So very rarely do I hope a company goes out of business. Yeah, BioFire is the name of it.
There was one downstairs a few years ago. No, it was a couple of years ago now. It probably was on this side of the bullshit of 2020. So it might have been like 22 or something. But they were downstairs, and they were, one that I wanted to go see. And I went down there and basically asked them about the New Jersey thing right off the bat. And I was filming. And I think they were a little apprehensive because they were just in SHOT Show, right? And they were downstairs in the law enforcement room. So they weren't like getting a lot of traffic, but it had to be a lot of law enforcement. It was probably the best place for them to be, because the cops are the best people for them to talk to. But I'm sure other people came in and gave them shit because they were a little apprehensive. But whenever I asked him that, he could definitely tell I was not a fan. And when he challenged that that's not an issue anymore, I guess I wasn't able to enunciate very well on the spot. Like, then, how does that alone justify the potential that your harm your shit does? But the thing is, it wasn't this one because it wasn't a fingerprint. It was more like a ring or something. I think that you had to like be holding, or maybe like if you were within vicinity of the key ring or something. Like
Yeah.
it was more of
Yep.
that kind of thing.
Yep. I know which one you're talking about. Yes, sir.
And I was like, and it wasn't at the range day, because the one at the range day was the one I'm pretty sure that everybody's been talking about at GunCon. But anyway, so that company came and went, and that's not the first one. That's just the only one I ever confronted or had a conversation with, I should say. But it didn't go well, and I ended up walking away like, like they were probably willing. They would have probably been happy if I got kicked out of shot. Like they weren't happy with what I was asking or whatever. But anyway, so I suspect I wasn't the only one that gave them bad feedback, and they probably were like, "Fuck this," because if they're not at a point where they're able to give to every shop, then they're just gonna be opening the door to some company who will, and they probably know that. So it probably has to be a company who's able to be ready for that orders, that many orders, so, or at least they think they are, so that they can capitalize on what they're about to explode.
Yeah, because I look at them and I'm like, who am I angry at? Am I angry at the company that made the thing, or am I angry at the legislation that that puts us in this position?
Right, exactly, because it only exists because of the situation, and that's a legal situation, which one somebody came up with, but also nobody has taken apart, right? Disassembled. Like, why does it still exist? And it's a matter of time before somebody's going to exploit that. You got to be mad at the people that are exploiting it, because fuck them, what the hell? But at the same time, they didn't create it; they're just the exploiters, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They
So
don't
I'm
get
like, no,
pass, but yeah, I know what you mean. It's difficult.
yeah, you don't get away with it, dude, because I didn't make the showers.
Yeah,
I mean, I only made the showers. I didn't make the
we
rule
were
that you
just
had to put
making
those people in
pellets of
there.
gas. We didn't know what the pellets of gas were being used for at first. So
Yeah.
what do you want us to do?
Yeah. And I love the people. Anytime you bring that up, you lose the argument automatically. No, I'm just pointing out how things have something in common. You don't have to be the horrible person that pulled the trigger, but you allowed everything else around it to exist. You facilitated it knowingly. Facilitated it. Does that make you any better?
All right, I don't know. We have a lot of people viewing, actually more people than the rest of the show. So more and more people are jumping on. Appreciate it. But fewer and fewer people are commenting. And I just noticed that we just blew past 4 hours. I honestly
Okay.
probably thought we were at like 2. And I was like, we've been chatting for a while. Let me go. Oh, wow. I mean, I just have to look over.
Yeah.
We just haven't looked
So
over. I
let me
suspected
say
that would
something.
happen, though. We haven't chatted for like a month almost.
Then let's say something that's really ridiculous and really controversial. I don't think candy corn or fruitcake are really that bad.
I'm with you on the candy corn. What about the peanuts, the foamy candy peanuts?
Those are vile and disgusting, and they were made by Satan.
See, I consider them when they're made well, like fresh, I guess. Like both, I'm okay with. I don't mind all the other candy corns either. Like you'll get the giant ones and the smaller ones and stuff. Like I'm down with that stuff as long as I can understand it if it's been like 2 years old and somebody keeps putting it out and it's all gross. But yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Now fruitcake, I don't know, not so much. Just because I don't enjoy a lot of the stuff that's in
fruit and the fruitcake. Yeah.
Yeah. And nuts. I'm not a nut fan. Like if I'm getting brownies or cookies or something, I'm going nut free. So fruitcake is sort of the opposite. If it's not, it's a little bit of cake, but it's basically jellied fruits and nuts, right? Now, if they tried putting chocolate in it once in a while, you know what I mean? Like chocolate can go a long way for me.
Hey, totally get it, man. Now I'm hungry. Actually, I was hungry before because I just had smash burgers that I made for lunch, and that was hours ago.
One of the things, do you have an air fryer there?
Yes.
So one of the things that I enjoy is whenever I'm hankering for some chocolate, you take a banana. I don't know if you know where I'm going with this. You take you'll figure it out, but like a handful, maybe a little bit more of oatmeal, and you take that banana. I usually, at this point, smash up the banana with a fork or something in a bowl till it's like baby food, essentially. A little bit of water, depending on how you want to do it. So now it's baby food with a little bit of watery baby food. You throw in that handful of oatmeal, and now in a minute of mixing that, it turns into oatmeal-y type of a mixture. Now you throw in the amount of chocolate chips that you want. I like a non-sweet dark chocolate chip. And you can pretty much do 50-50 if you want. Like, it'll hold together pretty well with a really high ratio of chocolate chips. And you almost can't, you know what I mean? Like, it's a banana and some oatmeal and some chocolate chips. Like, it's almost not bad for you. So one banana, one handful will make, like, I don't know, if you start dolloping them out like cookies, you know, like 9 or 6 or something in an air fryer, but an air fryer's worth. And then by the time you're done eating the first ones, you can make more. So they take like 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, kind of depends how much water you put in there. Amazing what they come out like. They come out like basically a chocolate chip oatmeal cookie and 3 ingredients in like 5 minutes. And it's the kind of stuff you can just have those ingredients around. And that'll that'll satisfy, I should say, a chocolate craving pretty good. Just throwing that out there for anybody.
Hey man, that's no joke.
So then Woods is saying, I only am truly against Twizzlers, red vines. Actually, I don't like the licorice, but the red licorice, like cherry licorice, I'm okay with that. It's not my first choice or nothing.
Yeah, most candies I'm cool with. It's just some of them like I've gotten to the point that chocolate kisses are vile, Hershey kisses are vile.
Because of the form factor, or that's too much chocolate at one time for just a big wad of chocolate?
The quality of chocolate is low.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I never liked them because you got to
awful.
unwrap them. I don't know if there's if that's some ritual for somebody, but I hate it, and that's where I'm like, no. And even the Reese's peanut butter cups, you got to unwrap. Get on my nerves. You know, out of foil. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's why I like the bigger ones. I mean, truthfully, those king size, giant, whatever the hairy heck they call the ones that will probably kill me. I'm like, cool. I had one. It's damn near a meal to me. You know what I mean? Like that's enough that I'm like, hey, my sweet craving is done, bro. Thank you. And it's like, yeah, I don't need to have these little annoying tiny ones. Outside of I get something like that because of I'm a diabetic and I don't eat a lot of that stuff, but sometimes my sugar does dip really low for whatever reason.
I was gonna say if
Stupid.
like you got to give like 30 kids a candy, then yeah, those foil wrap ones make sense because then.
Oh no, I just throw rocks at them. They stop coming around. Once you start hitting them in the head with stuff, they leave. Kids are smart like that.
Figure it out on the first or second attempt.
Now,
Now, if
actually,
you put
what
a big
happened?
bowl of candy on the porch so that they have this reason to run towards you, and then you start assaulting them, that's where you get into the
Yeah, you can't bait
precarious
them.
legal situation. Yeah,
You
like
can't
assault.
bait them. That's hunting over bait, bro. You can't do that. That's unsportsmanlike. No, just randomly pop up, peekaboo. Wow. There you go, Kyle. Walk it off, Tyler.
Don't walk in front of my house.
Yeah, there you go, Denver. Take that concussion. A little traumatic brain syndrome for you there.
Names that they're
Teaches
coming
kids
up
to
with
be.
in New Jersey.
Oh, bro. Oh, they're all of them. I met a hunter. I was up at Griffin and Howe, which is the fancy, country club in Jersey. Like, got a helicopter landing pads, got like $25,000-$30,000 shotguns. I'm up there, and one of the kids, what the hairy heck was he working? Oh no, this is where I was. I was out in I was out at the thing, Full Send, and he was working at a holster company, C3 Tactical, something like that. And his name is Hunter. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. The generic Hunter. See, Hunter used to be the rich people name. Now it's the every kid name for a little while, I guess 20 years ago or 22 years ago. So this kid was a Hunter. It was the Hunter Denver, when you name the kids after cities.
I was gonna say, or else that TV show from the 80s.
Nah, I doubt if anybody
Parents
named him after him, right? Yeah, maybe his
really
parents were really
into that comedy,
they really loved Fred Dryer.
Dirty Harry comedy from the 80s.
Oh, frig. No, Hunter was the one with the cop. Fred Dryer, that was him.
Oh no, it was a serious one, huh? And then he had the sidekick who was that hot chick. I was thinking of a different one where it was the
Oh,
comedy.
you were thinking about the cop
Where-
that was a goof on it.
Yeah, and he's always shooting everything.
Yeah, with a big ass revolver
Yeah. Okay,
because it was a
somebody-
goof on. Yeah, that was great, dude. Somebody knows it. The chat's full of old people our age.
I wonder if those have any legs, like if they're worth watching.
There you go.
And
No
He's
disappointment, Woods. No disappointment, Woods. Thank you. Hammer. Oh, my brother and I loved watching that show. We laughed our butts off.
that was the best. I wonder if they got
Yes.
legs, like it like TJ Hooker. I mean, I remember, man, I can remember getting home to watch TJ Hooker, and I think it was an ordeal because, like, it was an effort to be able to watch TJ Hooker. But man, Heather Locklear, whatever else happened in that show, like, man.
Yeah. Heather Locklear was so beautiful back in the day.
Anyway,
dude, it was great
I
being
haven't
a
watched
kid.
them on any kind of replay. I think I watched some Chips one time, and it was okay, but I never liked Chips all that much, so it wasn't like all that nostalgic for me.
Oh, you mean as an
episode of
adult?
Chips. Yeah, like way after being a kid. Because I remember watching Chips playing Matchbox cars. Like that was the thing we'd do. That was in the days when you'd sit in front of the television there was like a rug, but you know how like everybody had a rug, but then the rug would end and there'd be regular floor in front of the TV. And that's where you'd play with your Matchbox cars, right?
Yep.
So you'd be laying on your stomach, playing on that part of the floor with your Matchbox cars, because otherwise they wouldn't roll or nothing. And watching Dukes of Hazzard, Sheriff Lobo, and Chips. And
Nice. Sheriff Lobo.
Remember that one?
Yeah, Fall Guy. All of it, bro. Because
So
you
those
had Heather Locklear and Heather
what happened
Thomas.
is they were like, you can't do violence in TV anymore. There's too many guns because of Vietnam or something. So they were like, yeah, watch this. And they all just started destroying cars. Like every episode was car flips, explosions, like car chases that you'd flip a car over a bridge.
You got the years right. You got the years right. You got the reason wrong.
Okay.
It was under President Johnson's punk bitch ass because they said there was so much violence on TV. That's why we had so many political assassinations because people were desensitized to it. And that was like 67. So it was under the Johnson administration.
So it was anti-gun bullshit. It was kickback from the anti-gun bullshit. And that's what gave us
anti-gun bullshit.
Shows.
That's what also gave you all the friggin' cowboy shows without violence. All of a sudden, Kung Fu was out there, and freaking David Carradine was walking the earth, and Gunsmoke all of a sudden didn't have gunfights in it all the time. Oh yeah,
that's interesting. I never thought about that layer to it. I recently did that, like how many eras or whatever of gun, 0.0 or how many layers of gun culture have we been through. I don't know if I put movies in there, but yeah, that's an interesting aspect. I never thought of it that way.
Yep. Knowing damn well he was responsible for the assassination of Kennedy, and that the FBI knew about the assassination attempts on both Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr., and they allowed it to happen. And then the very same government used that shit to take violent shows off TV as part of gun control agenda. At the same time, they went after the firearms themselves and said you needed an FFL, thereby controlling who could own a firearm. And using the assassinations that they allowed to happen to fuel it.
Well, and you think about like there was that Western expansion era where the frontier, or whatever you want to call it, but that's like 140 years essentially of expansion to the West. And in that time, the firearm was a tool, but so was everything else. Like you were definitely the epitome of a self-sufficient type, because it wasn't like there was pilgrims going west. People came to the United States from all over the fucking world because we had the last frontier. So all those people came out here, you know what I mean? Like to be on the frontier, to do that, to be, to cut new ground and to create their stake or whatever you want to say. But like, it wasn't just gold prospectors going west. It was all those families and all those people creating towns. And then all the people that created the infrastructure, right? Like of the stores that supplied them and the taverns and all the rest of the shit. So when you have all of that, and yes, there was 140 years of indigenous displacement, which had a lot of violence involved in it. But then there was also just bobcats and natural shit where you needed to have a gun to just exist, right? In the real, frontier. So when you take that mindset, and everyone and their grandparents and their culture is the result of all of that, and then you leave that be, then everyone, like, tendency to watch a show where a guy solves the problem, because that's what you fucking do, is you solve a fucking problem that's presented. A problem's presented, you solve it. So yeah, how do you change that culture? How do you change that mindset? You take away the fucking thing that allows you to do that in a lot of ways, the firearm, and then you make that firearm so annoying, tedious, and the process to get through that you separate it from common use. And now, because the thing is, it wasn't only people like that. There was also people coming to the United States that wanted to go live in a city, that want to be like, I want to live on a floor above 7 other people, underneath some number of other people, and have to get my food at a store that I can walk to because I don't own a vehicle. And, besides public transportation, I'm only able to get like so many feet from my house, so many steps from my house. But luckily I have everything I need. You know what I mean? Like, that person is intentionally, what's the word? Like, dependent on everybody else in the world. Like, that person is not, there's nothing you can do in your apartment in New York that's supplying the rest of the world. Everybody needs to cater to you. You know what I mean? Like, so, and those people are allowed to exist, even though I think it's crazy weird. Like, that's a thing to do. There's nothing illegal about it. But the problem is, yeah, they're the ones that then want to then say, well, we know what's best for everybody. And I don't like the idea of like the 12 people above me and 8 people under me owning guns. So therefore no one should be able to, right? And they only see black and white there, or they've only been given the option of black and white. Probably.
Well, they come from an era. They didn't come from the expansion. They didn't come from the growth. They don't come from the country. They don't come from a place where independence is even seen as a positive, because they all work for the collective. They work at the factory. They work at the office. Yeah. So that person that stands out, it's a problem. That person is, what the heck is he? And then violence is never the answer. Well, if you ever find yourself saying violence is never the answer, there are certain questions you've never been asked. Because violence is an answer to quite a few of those.
Well, and the thing is, exactly, that suggests that you've just lived such an entitled existence that you've never even contemplated that basic of a equation, right? Like, pretty basic.
Yes, and you think
a lot of places,
and you think everyone else has been in that same lofty position that they can dictate whether violence would solve their problem or not. Congratulations, that's a great life to live.
Exactly. Like, I've only dealt with reasonable people my entire life, so therefore there's no need to go to violence. And if you have, then you've instigated it. You somehow went out and sought it out. So,
you failed, or you're just making up something because I've never seen it, so it can't exist. I'm like, you've never breathed oxygen on the moon. But I mean, you've never walked on the moon, but supposedly it exists. Unless you read the internet way too long and find out that there are people that believe it doesn't.
And I think there's lots of stuff. I mean, we're 4.5 hours in already. At some point we'll stop talking, but made me think of something. Made me think here of, Ed Calderon does interesting stuff, usually focused on Mexico when he's posting stuff, or his knives or stuff. But he posted a thing about, it was some sort of like a probably international report on violence, but of violence across the world. And then it was like a map of the world, like highlighting the violence or the the violent hotspots in the world. But then
Mhm.
like over time, like it was a video timeline. It started like, I don't know, in the 80s or something, and it went up to today. And, you know, you can imagine where the different wars and the different skirmishes and the different things have happened. But essentially, it's where you'd expect it to be, like a region of Africa, a region of the Middle East, some islands, and then Mexico. And he was posting it because the Mexico one was something like fairly consistently, I would say, like medium until about 2010. And then it definitely got brighter, like on the spectrum, like it became more of a hot spot than it had ever been before. And that's really what his post was about. But what I saw in the post was the lack of violence in pretty much most of the world. There's like these various regions where, you know, the lawlessness, you could say, like, you know, stands out. And, you know, what are you going to do? Like, that's, I think, the same consequence we have in the country, where when they say there's, you know, gun violence, yeah, well, when John Lott looks at it, he sees it in 5 counties, right? Like, you know, hot spots where most of violence is happening. And there's probably reasons for that. If it's happening in literally 5 places, you could look at, I doubt it's the same thing in all 5 places, right? But you could probably examine those 5 places and figure out what's going on, and then actually try to address it, instead of saying, you know, the violence is happening, everyone lives here, therefore let's all pay the price, pitch in, figure out how to, like, you know what I mean? It's like asking everybody to give up rights in order to alleviate something doesn't actually do anything for the hotspots. Kind of obvious, but I guess I'm thinking of that map and just thinking, like, you know, 99% of the world is not living in violent outbreaks right now, and probably, and actually over that time frame, hardly at all.
Yeah. No, most people aren't. But guess what? I live. The crazy thing is, oh, I live in a good neighborhood. Your good neighborhood is hooked to a bad neighborhood with one of the best transportation systems in the world.
And in Tucson, it's free. You jump on the bus and you drive wherever you want on the bus for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to a CCW class where Charles Seller said that one time. Like, it doesn't matter what neighborhood you're in, the bad guy who's looking to steal stuff is probably not going to his neighbor. He's probably going to a better neighborhood to steal that stuff. So guess what? They come to you sometimes.
Yeah. They come to you, and the people in your house every time. You know, oh, well, no, I only hang around with amazing people in my neighborhood. Ever have anything delivered? Any yard work done? Anybody outside the neighborhood ever come in the neighborhood? Anybody babysit? Anybody drop food off? You ever have food delivered? I mean, it's just like over and over the world people think they live in. The
All right,
world
well,
they think they live in. Yeah, let's get off the phone.
speaking of food being delivered, I'm sure you wanted to go eat. You mentioned it already before. People
Oh
out
yeah.
there, we appreciate you sticking with us. It's tough to disconnect when more and more people start jumping in. So at the moment, not a lot of people on Facebook, but a ton of people on the X, ton of people on YouTube. So thanks everybody, and thanks to DM Foss out there. I believe he said he's doing a show tonight. If I misunderstood, then I guess he's obligated now to do a show tonight. We've got Woods out there, and Tony's talking out there. We have some people from Facebook jumping in. Thanks for that. And I know there's other people out there. Outcast went and did yard work. I don't envy him for that. You don't have to do that stuff, right? Like, you guys have a service for that stuff.
No, I don't have a service for it. I got one of the guys that lives here. He does it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for a discount on his rent or something, I'm assuming.
Well, that's the thing. If somebody involuntarily does it, that's on them. Ron Wayne was out there, Agarizer, and Gabriel. So thanks everybody for being part of the show, and we'll be back maybe next week. I don't think we're doing it. I'm not doing it next week. Oh no, wait, is next week 4th of July? We may or may not be back. I don't know if Tony's got something going on.
Yeah.
We'll play it by ear. Oh, what's going on with the diversity shoots though? When is the next one?
I got to pull up the dates of the next diversity shoots. It's around here somewhere because I got to put them up, and we're raising the price to $40. it's just gotten to the point that I can't maintain ammo, pizza, and everything at these events and still be able to travel and network and be able to do things like I did at GunCon. Like,
So you met up with a politician.
yep,
Immediately, the prices triple or quadruple.
immediately they doubled. I was like, oh, hello, Vivek, $40. Actually, we had a discussion at the last event. I talked to the guys, and they were like, because we didn't have ammo. One of the guys actually had some for something else, and he donated to us. And I'm like, yo, we need to raise more money per event. And we're just going to have to. I'm sorry, but I've not raised the price since we started. I think the first 2 years were free, and I just started charging $20 per person. So we've gone 9 years without raising the price. This ain't Costco. These ain't hot dogs. This is ammo, and we got to do it. So that will be kicked off in July, and I'm a little nervous about it. It's like, are we going to lose people and people are not going to come to the event? I'm like, it's still $25 cheaper than going to the range by yourself on your own, renting a firearm and buying a box of ammo. Actually, it's
Well,
about $60 cheaper than doing it on your own, and that's just to shoot one gun.
right, and not getting some pizza and being part of workflow so that you don't have to figure it all out. Like it's the process, I guess, has been established so that the people can enjoy the time and the experience and not be flustered or figuring it out.
Yeah, and we got a coach in each port, and I mean, we're doing everything possible to make this into something amazing for every attendee. But have to be able to afford it, run it, and feed it. And we're getting to the point now that we can't. And we need an ammo sponsor. That'll be coming. And we're going to be doing raffles to raise funds because we got to do everything possible to keep this alive because I feel it's important, even if I'm not the one doing it. But currently, I am the one doing it. So this is what we're going to do. And I'll be posting that up and making an announcement. And I'm just trying to keep it positive. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we got to raise prices.
The only people that don't are the massive companies that have, like you're saying, the Costco hot dog, which is a loss leader. Like they lose money on it because they know it gets people in to do other things, and you're not in a position where you're capitalizing on people's purchases and shit. So you can't do that. So I don't think I wouldn't be too concerned. I suspect that the cost wasn't an issue for too many of the people that are doing it. I think that it's the real roadblock or the hurdle is someone to be willing to reach their hand out, take their hand if necessary, but at least hold the door open for them. And then, like I say, offer them a introduction, a walkthrough, an orientation of the shop and what it's like to be a gun owner and the procedures of technically what you do to get in there and to use the gun range. And then, like I say, that's not something that well, I guess it's assumed, right? People just assume you're gonna figure that out real quick by osmosis by just watching other customers, watching a friend or something. But without that friend and without that knowledge, it's a lot of new experience for people. So anyway, I don't think the dollars was the thing. I think really it's the being there to let them in. I mean, obviously, if you made it $100, then you'd only get rich people doing it. But I think at 40, like you say, because really they're getting the bang for their buck is there. It's not like it's a hard decision. I mean, if it is a hard decision for some people, it's not like you can't go, okay, lady, like 80-year-old lady who's really interested. You only had $38. It would have been nice to have helped you, but can you get the fuck out of the way for this guy who's willing to pay 40?
Not at all. That was one of the things that sold it for me. was that somebody was like, dude, no, you don't have to just, because my whole thing was, what about the person that can't afford it? I'm like, hey, asshole, you're in charge. You can go, hey, that person can come in for $20, but everybody else is paying 40. So, yes, I'm totally willing to do that because no, I don't want to cut people off because the second is for everyone. Even if you can't afford it, I'll try to get you in, but I can't afford to do it for $20 anymore.
Anyway, I wouldn't be too concerned. It's obviously you got to think about it, but because you got to do it. But I think once it's a thing, it'll just be
Yeah,
in the road, and it'll just keep going.
true. All right, man. So
Yeah.
thank you everyone for listening to me babble. Again, follow me on Simon Says Train on Simon Says Train on Instagram. The second is for everyone, and Tony Simon on Facebook, and second for everyone on X. Oh, I just paid for my frickin' blue check mark because they just had a sale. So, and I'm also interested in using Grok and maybe even writing articles and putting them out as part of the relaunch of 2A4E. So that's why I got the blue check mark.
Right now, I'll just add that Brooke Cheney does the Mental Health Matters show every Saturday. So it'll be in a couple of hours, usually at 6 p.m. my time. I believe that's 9 p.m. Eastern. And it's just a focus on ways to have more effective conversations about mental health amongst the gun community, understanding that, 6 out of every 10 deaths with a firearm is suicide. So you can't really say suicide, so I shouldn't say it till the end of the show like this. But because that's an issue that we have to deal with as gun owners, or we can choose to deal with as gun owners, Brooke makes it possible to have conversations about these topics in mental health in general. I always like to say, we can talk about having a broken arm. I poked my eye out with a branch when I was camping or something. We talk about that casually, no big deal, no judgment on each other. But we really don't talk about mental health. And I don't think there's really much reason for that other than we're not comfortable, we're not familiar with it. But we'd be much better off being able to understand these things and have, be comfortable with the conversation so that the stigmas and the concerns are diminished. And, the result is less of those consequences that none of us want. So anyway, Brooke does a great job of bringing these things to light, making it possible to have, conversations about topics that if you don't have conversations, you don't hear or pay attention to these kind of conversations, it's very difficult to express these positions, right? These kind of issues that we've got. So anyway, we'll link to that when the show's over. It'll automatically link to that. Right, that's it. I'll click this button and then
Okay.
It's 11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.